you today? So, we are gathered here today to talk about the concept of Google being a monopoly. So, what we're going to cover is just what I could find online from the first page of the search result page for me for the concept of Google lawsuit and monopoly. And we're going to cover the material I found on that. And so this is basically going to cover material that happened between 2020 and 2024. So if anything else happened legally with Google being a monopoly, I don't know if it did or didn't before then. Wouldn't be surprised if it did, just don't know for sure. If it did or didn't. I know, actually, I think it did because I think between 2020 and 2024, this just refers to the digital advertising case, but I think previously there was a search engine market, like the general, like this is for just the advertising, and I think there was another one for the just a search engine, if I'm not mistaken. Um, so I will do a different live stream on the other Monopoly case if I feel like I should, you know what I mean? Like if I need to, after this, like I will do a different live stream on what happened with the search engine part, I think. So today we're just gonna focus on the ad case, unless they're connected, but I think they're separate things, right? And so for context, I just found out about this whole case last night in the live stream I did on if Facebook killed MySpace, and that's linked in the description of this video. And so I'm processing this live, so you can process it. I said I am processing this live, not unprocessing. And so you can process this with me. So yeah, fucking captioner often gets that shit wrong. But anyway, so yeah, what we're gonna do today, I'm gonna roll my intro, and then we're gonna go through all of the sources that I kind of pulled up from my little search result search into this concept, and we're gonna look at the case regarding United States in the Google uh, and it's cited as 2020, but then there's briefs all the way up through 2024 on this case. So we'll look at that concept a little bit, and then after that we're gonna fucking look at just a bunch of the explainer articles about it, as well as two videos. And the reason I like to do so many different perspectives on it is that's how I process. It helps me to process too, even if I'm just like repeating things, just like seeing it a few different times, perhaps with some different wording and reporting, formatting and stuff like that can help me be like, okay, this is what's happening. So that's what we're doing today, is just me processing this case here, and you can process it with me if you'd like. So yeah, fucking I'm gonna roll my intro, and then let's do this bitch. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexi or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. So first up here, we've got from the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice here, the case regarding the U.S. and Plaintiff States versus Google LLC 2020. And on this page, they've got the discovery and case management documents, pretrial submissions, trial materials, appellate briefs, and trial exhibits. And yeah, fucking the trial materials range from 2023 to 2024, September 2023 to May 2024 right now. Um, Fucking and the discovery and the case management documents range from October 2024 all the way down back to October 2020. So the case was opened in 2020. Um, it regards the U.S. as well as states of Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, South Carolina, and Texas versus Google. It's a civil non-merger case regarding monopolization and attempt to monopolize, violating Internet Publishing and Broadcasting and Web Search Portal codes in the Antitrust Division. And so they have a lot of documents here from the proposed remedy framework, joint discovery plan, status report, closing deck, sanctions, summation, sanctions, I can't speak, search advertising, market definition and market power, pro-competitive benefits and balancing, anti-competitive effects, motion of plaintiff appellees to dismiss appeal. I don't think I'm saying this shit right. Plaintiffs Post-Trial Brief, Redacted, Plaintiffs Proposed Conclusions of Law, and all this shit. Okay, I'm not gonna keep reading this. There's a lot of shit here, my bad. Okay, all of this stuff. So they got a lot of shit here. But yeah, so again, I'm not an attorney. I don't know shit about fuck when it comes to law. I've read at a few law firms and I'm interested in the law as it applies to my business. But what I think we're gonna check out here real quick are the closing decks. I'm kind of interested in that, as well as the plaintiff's opening statement. I'm kind of interested in that. Like, I'm kind of interested in these trial materials, and then I think we're just going to not look at the rest of this just because, like, I don't really know shit about the law. Um, I might look if there's extra closing decks here that, like, this market definition and search advertising closing deck. I'm interested in those, so probably might check those out too. Okay, hold up. But yeah, okay, so let's just take it from the top here. We'll go all the way back to pre-trial submissions. We're gonna look at the plaintiff's pre-trial brief here. Um, okay, so pre-trial brief. And then I'm gonna go out after this live stream ends. I'll come through and add these extra links that we're looking through as well in the description of the video. Um, and I'm not gonna read this whole thing because I don't know shit about the law, but I think what I will do is read the introduction and the conclusion. You can go read the whole thing yourself. So yeah, the introduction. Let's see. Let's just work here. Okay. So the introduction says, each day people use their phones, computers, and tablets to search the internet. Where is the nearest coffee shop? When is Beyonce's newest album coming out? How do I play pickleball? In the United States, nearly 90% of these searches rely on Google. Google also has durable monopolies in related markets for general search text ads and search ads with market shares of 88 and 74% respectively. Google pays billions of dollars each year to maintain these monopolies by ensuring that it is the default search engine for iPhones, Android phones, and most third-party browsers, such as Mozilla's Firefox. Google's use of contracts to maintain default status denies rival search engines access to critical distribution channels and, by extension, the data necessary to improve their products. With each search query routed to Google, its search engine improves, providing the next user with more accurate results. This in turn attracts more users, who generate more data and who help attract more advertising revenue. Thus, although Google benefits from this feedback loop, its rivals face an insurmountable and still growing difference in scale. Ultimately, because Google's exclusionary contracts deprive rivals of the opportunity to provide more accurate results. Only Google has the full opportunity to improve. As the court recognized and Google's counsel conceded, being the default is like having a 200-meter head start in a 400-meter race. Fueled by defaults, today Google has 16 times more fresh search data than Bing, its nearest competitor. Google's anti-competitive conduct harms consumers, even those who prefer its search engine, because Google has not innovated as it would have with competitive pressure. Even more, Google's restrictive agreements undermine the ability of its competitors and potential entrants to offer consumers more attractive general search services. One example is that Google's Redacted prevents Redacted from presetting a different, more private search engine. Example, Redacted as its default Redacted. I don't know what this says because I obviously can't predict it, but I'm going to assume that it says something along the lines of Google's exclusive or restrictive agreement with a company prevents others from presetting a different, more private search engine, example, a specific company, as its default search engine. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm assuming it says something like that, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But, there's some redactions here. And then it says, this restriction reduces Google's and rivals' incentives to compete on privacy and leads consumers to enjoy less innovation in this area. Google's anti-competitive conduct harms advertisers as well by allowing the company to raise prices and reduce ad quality. First, Google designed its ad auction algorithms to include adjustable variables, internally known as pricing knobs. Google then tunes the variables to increase advertiser prices. Second, Google has lessened the quality of the advertisement it sells by taking away advertisers' control over when and where their ads appear. Google also, it says has, whatever. Google has also reduced advertisers' visibility into where and why Google displays ads, impeding advertisers' ability to optimize advertising and lower costs. The monopoly of profits Google extracts from advertisers ultimately helps pay for Google's default distribution agreements, which fuel Google's scale advantage and further reduces rivals' ability to compete. Consistent with the court's order, plaintiffs previewed the trial evidence regarding market definition, monopoly power, conduct and effects in the advertising markets, and the insufficiency of Google's likely pro-competitive justifications. And then it goes into the legal framework and shit. I'm not going to go into all of that. I'm going to come on down to the conclusion. Where are we at? Marka. Maybe I should have just searched for it. Whatever. Okay, the conclusion, that shit is really here. Maybe I won't read these conclusions, but well, it just says, as the evidence will demonstrate at trial, Google's persistent conduct has allowed it to unlawfully maintain durable monopolies in general search services, general search text ads, and search ads. The court should hold that Google has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act. I kind of want to look into the Sherman Act. Okay. And we'll come back here. Now let's check out the plaintiff's opening statement. It is redacted for public filing. I didn't realize that this was 82 fucking pages. Jesus Christ, hold up. goddamn. Do I really want to go through this whole thing? Fuck it. We're just gonna quickly go through this presentation here. So first we've got the feedback loop, which includes defaults, searches, data, quality, money. Okay. I guess it doesn't really make sense if they're just showing us the presentation without, But it's saying it's got a scale, and on one side it's got Google tipping the scale, and on the other it says higher prices, less privacy, less quality. And it's got fucking enormous public cost as the title. Well, it obviously doesn't say fucking. I said fucking. Okay. And then it says, what did Google do? The agenda. 1. Industry background. 2. Sherman Act. 3. Preview evidence. Agenda. 1. Industry background. A. General search. B. Search distribution. C. Defaults. D. Scale. 2. Sherman Act. 3. Preview experience. Okay, so we're on item number 1. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. My bad. We're starting with the industry background. So general search. One-stop shopping. The general search. I just said shirt. Ugh, I cannot speak. General search says query, interpret, retrieve, rank, search engine results page. What I'm assuming is they're explaining how query is connected to the search engine result page. And the part where I discuss rich data and how Google interprets information and connects a search query to a result in my 60-hour marketing challenge live reading, that will explain all of this a bit more as well. But basically, when provided, I'm just realizing I don't think all of these slides are showing, my bad. Let me switch to a smaller window here. So, basically, whenever you search for something, then you put in your query. Google is going to interpret to the best of its ability what that query means. And then it's going to retrieve data. And based on how people interact with the data it retrieves, it will rank sites that people bounce off of the least. Those will begin to rank higher. And that is how the algorithm is supposed to be theoretically working according to what Google produces in a nutshell. That's a very horrible, terrible, rough summary, I think. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, with search distribution, we have search access points. We have defaults, the power of defaults. So, Google's has expected losses. I don't know what exactly they mean by this, and I guess they mean the loss rate of people interacting with other search engines. I'm not entirely sure what they mean by the Google expected loss rate, because we're seeing this presentation without context here. And then it shows this dude that apparently this dude Antonio Rangel, I don't know how to say his name, PhD, professor of neuroscience, behavioral biology, and economics at Caltech, was saying that defaults affect choices and that people tend to accept defaults. That can be true. And so in regards to scale, data can improve search quality. So next with our agenda, we've got the Sherman Act on here. And it says competition is the best method of allocating resources in a free market. Then we have preview evidence, monopoly maintenance, and general search. General search is a relevant market. And regarding general search providers, we see independent general search services such as Google Search, Microsoft Bing, and I haven't heard of Brave, whatever the fuck that is. Okay. As well as syndicated general search services like DuckDuckGo, Yahoo. Is Ask Jeeves even alive anymore? Okay, it says Ask.com. Is Ask.com a thing? I don't know what the fuck Ecosia is, or you, or Neva, but okay. And then it says monopoly maintenance and general search, dominant market shares. And then it goes into Google calculates market share regarding regarding mobile query share and desktop query share, but it's redacted and so whatever. Um, and then fucking after that, it says monopoly maintenance and general search, persistent barriers to entry. Apparently they've got some dude named Mark Israel, PhD, Google expert Compass Lexicon. So that's, I guess they're accrediting him, which I'm assuming because I'll be putting like the picture of these people with their like name and credentials and then these bullet points. So I'm assuming they're crediting these bullet points to these people. I don't know, but that's my assumption. So it says no search product market, search competition happens query by query. Then we've got monopoly maintenance and general search, Google's anti-competitive conduct. Then it comes back to this feedback loop. We got the default searches, data, quality, money. Okie dokie. And then after that, Google's default analysis. It says default homepage can be a powerful strategic weapon in the search battle. Could be an easy way to grow and defend market share for Google. Could be the Achilles heel for Yahoo and MSN. After that, it goes into default most important factor. It says several factors are believed to affect the choice, including quality of search results, brand strength, search features, quality of user experience, presence of local competitors, etc. In this talk, we present some evidence that seems to suggest that one factor surprisingly trumps them all, the default homepage setting. One ring to rule them all, and in the darkness find them. Um, and then Google's default exclusivity, Apple defaults, Android defaults, and browser defaults are, I'm assuming, what they cover, and you can look into that. And then they also go into Google restricts Apple. Apple cannot offer search choice screen, offer different default in Safari's private browsing mode, offer different defaults by device, offer different defaults in the US versus the rest of the world, substantially increase its own suggestions for users. And then I don't even know what they mean by original Apple ISA, but then it goes into that. Um, and then it talks about how Google restricts Apple, but it doesn't necessarily explain it, but it just says, did Apple ask for an ad revenue share from Google when it negotiated the 2002 ISA? The answer is we did not. Then it said, when did it come across Apple's mind that they should raise a revenue share term with Google? And it said when Google came to us and suggested it. And then it shows this dude, Kevin M. Murphy, PhD, Google expert professor of economics, University of Chicago. And it says no evidence suggests that Apple has or has ever had any interest in implementing a second search box or choice screen on Safari. And then after that, regarding Google restricts Apple, it shows an email that's redacted from someone named Jeff Shardell to Jeff Shardell, my bad, to Jeff Shardell from Brian Kroll. And it says subject Google/Safari amendment. The received date is Friday, June 1st, 2007. The attachment is a document that's labeled amendment. And it says, hello, Jeff. Here is our proposed amendment to the contract, which allows end users the option to choose their search default in Safari. Look forward to hearing from you on Monday. Have a great weekend, Brian. And then I believe the email that is showing as a response is so tiny. I'm zooming in. The response, okay. The response says, regarding what I communicated to Apple, I first spent time explaining the concept, and then it says Brian Kroll, so Brian Kroll's of Apple. It says, I first spent time explaining the concept of incremental revenue and wanted him to understand it was important for us to determine how much additional revenue we were making because of this deal. I explained how many of the people using their browser would already be typing in www.google.com, so this uptick/incremental number was very important to us and could be determined by a trial. I then told him we have two options. depending on whether or not Apple will give us default placement. It says 1. No default placement, no revenue share on Safari/Windows. 2. Yes, default placement, we will share in revenue. And then this graphic cuts it off, but that's like what I believe the main point to get from that there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And then after that, it's showing a snap, like it's showing another email. It's redacted, but it looks like the part that they're trying to highlight for us says, about 2+ years ago, we saw them increasingly offer the user other suggested redirections. This concerned us, which is why we added into the agreement that they could not expand farther than what they were doing in September 2016, as we did not wish for them to bleed off traffic. Also, they can only offer a Siri suggestion exclusively for quality and not because they want to drive traffic to Siri. Those are really what the agreement states. And this was provided, I believe, it looks like it's from someone named Christopher Main to Joan Brad. And at the top here it says, oh, John Brady. And at the top here it says, Joan Brady, VP Product Partnerships. So what did Google do? Google's default exclusivity regarding Android default. So Google Play Store, largest Android app collection, must-have app, only available through, I don't know what they're having MADA stand for here, but yeah. Oh, okay. Mobile Application Distribution Agreement. MADA, Mobile Application Distribution Agreement. So it's all right. So, and then it shows the difference between Google Search Widget and Google Browser. And it says, I looked at all the sources of traffic on the device and what protections we have. The mobile application distribution agreement exclusive rivals protects the widget on the device. I said exclusive rivals, but I should have said it excludes rivals. So they're saying that their agreement protects them keeping their widget. Oh, okay. Now I'm processing. And so then it's got like this next slide is redacted, so we are going to skip through there. And then it starts showing revenue share agreements. So regarding what did Google do? Regarding the branch innovation, and we've already seen part of that. So it's showing here part of this email, it looks like a letter or an email. It's redacted from, but it looks like it's someone named John Dreyfus something at google.com wrote this to someone named Anna, whoever the fuck, and Anna Kara something at google.com. And so, yeah, these are, looks like an internal Google, something, but it says with branch partnership, Samsung Finder has grown into search engines across multiple apps through deep linking. So, for example, when you look for pizza, it will show you Yelp recommendations for restaurants. And then it talks about, we believe this goes beyond the scope of what we originally allowed Samsung and US carriers and have started pushing back on them. So yeah, I'm assuming that may make more sense as we go more and more into this case. So next up, we've got our browser defaults regarding our revenue share agreements here, and it's talking about how the playing field is not level. So defaults matter. And it says Google lost redacted search revenue on Firefox, and it says no level playing field. Yahoo paid redacted more than Google offered, ran more ads to make payments, Yahoo's quality dropped. And so then it talks about monopoly maintenance and general search, Google's anti-competitive conduct. And we're coming back to this feedback loop where we have default searches, data, quality, money. Okay, back to the agenda. Now we're on monopoly maintenance in advertising markets. So we're going to cover general search text ads as well as search ads here. So regarding advertisers and ad agencies, here we have a man named, I don't know how to pronounce this, I apologize. Kenshuk Jarath, PhD, Professor of Free and Competitive Enterprise, Chair of the Marketing Division, Columbia University. With bullet points here saying different ad channels accomplish different goals. Search ads are unique. Query, real-time statement of intent. And then it goes into text ads and search ads, regarding both the difference of shopping ads and text ads. And I'd have to do a whole nother live stream to discuss why that matters. But I mean, I don't know if it matters in the context of this case. If it does, then I will start explaining. But in terms of for marketers, I'll do a different live stream on the different types of ads you can run with Google one day, possibly. It's not something I typically do because they will be changing and updating things. It's like one of those things where I don't always do. I tend to focus a bit more on things that are going to be long term helpful, and relevant long term. But I think it would be a good example to show how things can change. So, um, yeah, but anyway, moving on. And then it talks about dominant market shares. And it has a dude named Michael Winston, PhD, professor of economics and management, MIT, with bullet points that say Google has 89% market share in search, 88% market share in general search text ads market, and 74% market share in search ads market. And then it talks about Google's anti-competitive conduct, as well as anti-competitive effects. And it says market power in ads. Question, to your experience, has Google ever raised its price, redacted, in one swoop, anytime? Answer, redacted, possibly for a subset of queries. And then it talks about market power in ads regarding ads quality biweekly. And it says, but we have an auction designed to set prices. Why do we need more? And so it says we need a way to extract value more directly. We need pricing mechanisms with pricing knobs. So I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm assuming that they are showing this from internal documents since that's what they've previously been doing, but I don't know if that's what's happening for sure. But anyway, the next slide says market power in ads. It says we also directly affect pricing through tunings of our auction mechanisms. We'll call this intentional pricing. And then it shows a graph regarding Google search ads price index, but it's redacted. It was apparently provided from the Michael Winston, PhD, who was the professor of economics and management at MIT, but that's redacted, so we're going to keep moving. And then it comes back to this feedback loop showing money. So we've been through default searches, data, quality, and now we are on to money. And so, oh, okay, I wasn't paying attention to the color. Now I see. And then now we're discussing Google's burden. So, destruction of evidence. Communicate with care is a quote here. So, and it's saying Google hid documents. And so it's saying reminder of confidentiality. Everything shared in this training is strictly confidential and proprietary. Additionally, any written communication regarding revenue share and MADA, which is their, I forget what the fucking acronym stands for, but something about their mobile mobile application distribution agreement is what I'm pretty sure it stands for, but I could be wrong. Should include legal redacted emails and request guidance, mark content as confidential, attorney-client privileged. Wow. That's not a red flag? Because why should you be needing to okay. No. And it says turn quote unquote history off. I am so glad I did this whole thing. It was worth it just for this, if nothing else. Redacted for public filing. And it showed the from and the to are redacted, but it looks like this is an internal Google employee email. And it shows Sundar, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to say his name, Pichai, CEO. And so we've got redacted chat here, it looks like, or something like that. And it says, need the link for my leader circle tomorrow. Also, can we change the setting of this group to history? Um, thanks. So yeah, they don't want the chat history to exist. Interesting. It says good enough. And it's got United States versus United Shoe Machine Corps is what this looks like a quote from. And it says, what appears to the outsider to be a sensible, prudent, nay, even a progressive policy of a monopolist may in fact reflect a lower scale of adventurousness and less intelligent risk-taking than would be the case if the enterprise were forced to respond to a stronger industrial challenge. And then it talks about questions Google can't answer. So, if defaults don't matter, why pay billions for them? If scale isn't valuable, why store and use so much data? If the ads market is competitive, how can Google raise prices at will? If Google's actions are pro-competitive, why systematically hide and destroy significant documents? So yeah, then it talks about what Google did, and it says the end. So yeah, okie dokie. And that was that was the plaintiff's opening statement that we just looked at. Okay, so I'm going to, let's take a look at this memorandum. Ooh, this is a long ass memorandum. Shit. Okie dokie. We're just gonna do the introduction for the memorandum opinion on summary judgment redacted from August 3rd, 2023. And that plaintiff opening statement was from September 28th, 2023. And the plaintiff's pretrial brief we looked at before was August 28th, 2023. So the memorandum opinion on summary judgment redacted, this is August 3rd, 2023. We're just gonna do the introduction, and I'll probably fucking read the conclusion. Fuck it. Okay. The introduction says Google LLC operates the largest internet general search engine in the United States. Its brand name has become so ubiquitous that dictionaries recognize it as a verb. A Google search can be performed in a variety of ways through web browsers like Apple Safari, Microsoft Edge, Mozilla's Firefox, and Google's Chrome. Search widgets that appear on the face of Android devices. The Google search application available through various app stores. And Google's web page. Users can search using Google on a host of devices, including personal computers, mobile phones, tablets, and Internet of Things devices such as smart speakers, home appliances, and cars. There are other search engines, of course, Microsoft's Bing, Yahoo, and DuckDuckGo, to name a few. But their market penetration pales in comparison to Google's. In 2020, Google's share of the U.S. general search services market was nearly 90%, and even higher on mobile devices. The market share of Google's closest competitor, Bing, was roughly 6%. Google, like most search engines, generates revenue from digital advertising. Digital advertising is incredibly lucrative. Advertisers spend over $80 billion annually just to reach general search users, and billions more on other forms of digital advertising. Not surprisingly, because of its large market share In general search services, Google also holds a superior market position in various search-related advertising markets. A dominant firm like Google does not violate the law, however, merely because it occupies a monopoly market position. It must act in a manner that produces anti-competitive effects in the defined markets. That is, a company with monopoly power acts unlawfully only when its conduct stifles competition. In these consolidated cases, the United States and the Attorneys General of 38 states have accused Google of doing just that. They contend that Google has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act by unlawfully maintaining monopolies through exclusionary practices in 4 relevant markets. The United States and Attorneys General jointly allege anti-competitive conduct in the markets for general search services and general search text advertising. The United States identifies another relevant market for search advertising, and the Attorneys General assert one more, general search advertising. Both sets of plaintiffs allege that Google has unlawfully maintained its monopoly power through a set of exclusive contracts. These agreements make Google the default search engine on a range of products in exchange for a share of the advertising revenue generated by searches run on Google. Google has search agreements with web browser developers, most notably Apple and Mozilla, and original equipment manufacturers like Samsung, and wireless carriers like Verizon, who sell Android devices. So, for example, when a purchaser buys a new iPad, Google will be the out-of-the-box default search engine on Apple's Safari web browser. Similarly, if a user prefers Android devices, the search widget that appears on the home screen typically is preloaded with Google's search engine. Occupying the default search engine position on these products, plaintiffs contend, is exclusionary conduct that unlawfully prevents Google's rivals from effectively competing in the relevant markets. The Attorneys General also charged Google with 2 other forms of anti-competitive conduct, which they contend reinforce Google's monopolies. First, the Attorneys General claim that Google's conduct has weakened specialized vertical providers, SVPs, which are companies focused on niche markets like Expedia or TripAdvisor for travel, OpenTable for restaurant reservations, and Amazon or eBay for shopping. Google has harmed SVPs, the Attorneys General allege, by limiting the visibility of SVPs on Google's search engine results page and demanding that SVPs make their data available to Google on terms no less favorable than it does to others. The weakening of SVPs, the Attorneys General say, harms competition. I was about to say competitors, and then I was like tripping over my word. Okay, harms competition and the general search and general search-related advertising markets. Second, the Attorneys General claim that Google uses its proprietary search engine marketing tool, SA360, to thwart competition. Buyers use SA360 to purchase digital search advertisements across multiple platforms, including on Google through Google Ads and its closest rival Bing through Microsoft Ads. The Attorney General accused Google of harming competition by delaying the implementation of various SA360 product features for Microsoft ads that have long been available for Google ads, thus harming Microsoft's ability to compete. And SA just means search ad here. I'm gonna just start saying search ad 360 because just the abbreviation of SA reminds me of sexual assault, to be honest. Yeah, anyway. So, and then it says, before the court are Google's motions for summary judgment as to all claims in both cases. At this stage, Google is not contesting the markets as plaintiffs have defined them, nor does it dispute that it possesses monopoly power in those markets. What Google challenges is the accusation that its alleged conduct has harmed competition in the relevant markets. After having considered the parties' briefing and the extensive record, and for the reasons explained below, the court grants Google's motions in this part and denies them in part. With respect to the complaint filed by the United States and joined by the Attorneys General, the court denies summary judgment as to the claim that Google's alleged exclusive dealing arrangements violate Section 2 of the Sherman Act. There remains genuine disputes of material fact that warrant a trial. Google's motion is granted, however, insofar as the United States claims rest on Google's Android compatibility commitments and anti-fragmentation agreements, Google's agreements relating to Google Assistant and Internet of Things devices, and Google's management of its Android open source project. Plaintiffs have not offered any opposition as to those three parts of their claims. As for the Attorneys General additional claims, the court grants judgment in favor of Google insofar as those claims rely on Google's alleged weakening of SVPs. With respect to those allegations, plaintiffs have not demonstrated the requisite anti-competitive effect in the relevant markets to make out a Section 2 prima facie case. And I don't really like prima facie just means like on its face, meaning that it's like obvious. The evidence is when you see the evidence, the case is obvious to you. I believe if I remember that correctly, I might be wrong. Anyway, so and then it says, however, there remains a genuine dispute of material fact that with regard to the anti-competitive effect on Google's disparate development of Search Ad 360's ad buying features. Summary judgment is therefore denied as to that part of the Attorney General's claims. And then let's go and scroll down to the conclusion. So, it says, for the stated reasons, Google's motion for summary judgment in the Department of Justice action, some other shit here, is granted in part with respect to the parts of plaintiff's claims that rest on allegations relating to ACCs, AFAs, Google Assistant, Internet of Things devices, and AOSP. Google's motion for summary judgment in the Colorado action ECF number something else is granted insofar as it's premised on Google's conduct directed against SVPs. Google's motions are otherwise denied. Okay. I don't know enough about the law to know, fully what that means, but I'm assuming basically a good summary is because of some contracts and shit that was already signed and agreed upon, some of the shit is like, well, that's already legally valid, but some other shit is still questionable, is what I'm assuming what's happening here. You know what I'm saying? Basically in a nutshell. Okay. So, I think I do. Fuck, man, we might be checking out all of this. I was thinking about not checking out all of this because it's going to be so much information. But shit, fuck it. I think we will be doing it. So next up, let's check out the proposed findings of that. God damn, it's a 509-page document. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we ain't got time for all that. That ain't happening. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh no. No. Nah, I can't eat. No, let's see here. Let's okay. These are just facts and findings of facts and definitions and letting people know things. We don't have time to look at all of this, but let's just check out. I think we will just check out the introduction to just the parties on page 1. Um, and I'm not, yeah, I was thinking about covering maybe the industry background, but there's just so much here that I don't really feel like we got time for all that. But let's just see what the introduction of the parties says. Um, shit. This whole damn thing is redacted anyway. I'm finding the intro, my bad. Okay, so we're just gonna check out the introduction to the parties real quick. So, it says Introduction to the Parties. A. The Plaintiffs. The United States of America, acting as the direction of the Attorney General of the United States and the states of Arkansas, California, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, South Carolina, Texas, and Wisconsin, brought this action, who are all the plaintiffs, brought this action under Section 2 of the Sherman Act to restrain Google LLC from unlawfully maintaining monopolies in the markets for general search services, search advertising, search ads, and general search text advertising, text ads, in the United States through anti-competitive and exclusionary practices, and to remedy the effects of this conduct. In addition, 38 other states and jurisdictions, the plaintiff states, filed a separate action that incorporates the allegations in the Department of Justice amended complaint while presenting additional factual allegations of unlawful monopoly maintenance by Google in the relevant markets. The plaintiff states are Colorado, Nebraska, Arizona, Iowa, New York, North Carolina, Tennessee, Utah, Alaska, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Guam, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, and Wyoming. The defendant, B. Google is now one of the largest internet service companies worldwide and in the United States. Headquartered in Mountain View, California, and founded more than 2 decades ago, Google is today the largest business segment of Alphabet Incorporated. That's still a joke, right? And then it says the products at issue in this case, ads, Android, Chrome, and the near ubiquitous Google search service are among Google's core products and services. Every day, billions of searches are sent to Google from throughout the world, which adds up to trillions of searches on Google every year. Google receives more than 3 billion searches each day. When the complaint in this action was filed in October 2020, Google had a roughly $1 trillion market capitalization, with revenue exceeding $160 billion in 2019. By 2022, Google's market capitalization had swelled to $1.26 trillion, with revenue exceeding $282 billion. That's wild. Okay. I'm assuming we're not going to read much of there's 63 pages, so we've got the conclusions of law as well here. Um, I think, let's see. So we're just going to read section 1. So we're just going to read the first and last sections here. So the first section discusses Google has illegally maintained monopolies in the relevant markets for many years. We're going to read that. And then the last section says the court has jurisdiction and venue is proper. I'm just curious. We're not going to read all of that, but I'm just curious as to how that looks. So we're just going to take a look at that because this is a 63-page document. So if that's 30 pages, I'm definitely not reading all that, but I'm gonna just look at it. Anyway, okay, so introduction. Okay, so it starts with using sweeping language. Congress designed Section 2 of the Sherman Act to curb the excess of monopolists and preserve economic liberty and free and unfettered competition as the rule of trade. To vindicate these principles, plaintiffs bring this monopoly maintenance suit and set forth proposed conclusions of law below. 1. Google has illegally maintained monopolies in the relevant markets for many years. Section 2 makes it unlawful to monopolize any part of the trade or commerce among the several states. This offense requires the possession of monopoly power in the relevant market and the willful acquisition of maintenance of that power as distinguished from growth or development as a consequence of a superior product, business acumen, or historic accident. Under this test, plaintiffs bear a preponderance burden, which the fact finder should assess on an element-by-element basis. Plaintiffs have established that Google illegally maintained monopolies under Section 2. The first element requires defining a relevant market and proof of the defendant's monopoly power in that market. The second element requires that the defendant engaged in anti-competitive or exclusionary conduct. Because the means of illicit exclusion, like the means of legitimate competition, are myriad, courts apply a flexible, burden-shifting approach to determine whether defendant's conduct is anti-competitive. Okay, I'll just keep reading it. And it says, courts reviewing Section 2 claims rely on a range of evidence, including documentary evidence from the industry, factual testimony, and expert testimony, evidence from non-party industry participants, and ordinary course of business documents is especially probative. Predicting harm based on the party's ordinary course documents and testimony from a number of industry actors, such evidence carries significant weight because courts assume that economic actors usually have accurate perceptions of economic realities. Conversely, courts often give little weight to subjective evidence and statements provided by a defendant's employees during the course of antitrust litigation, because this bias affiliated with such ex post facto testimony is widely recognized and unavoidable. I'm not a lawyer, so I obviously don't know shit about what this actually means, but I'm assuming it's legalese for them bitches are paying you, so you're probably gonna lie about that shit. But who knows for sure. And then it says, defendant's executive's testimony added little to the analysis because the executives would be expected to publicly disavow any proper conduct and not condone such conduct in the future. Accordingly, the court should favor contemporaneous documents over inconsistent testimony from Google's employees. First, although intent is not an element of monopolization, the Supreme Court has made clear that intent is relevant to proving monopolization. Evidence of intent can be highly probative because knowledge of intent may help the court to interpret facts and to predict consequences. Thus, all facts should be interpreted through the lens of Google's years-long efforts to hide and destroy documents related to potential antitrust claims. And then, and this is all in context of proposed conclusions of law regarding the concept of Google being a monopoly. So their proposed conclusions of law are: 1. Google has illegally maintained monopolies in the relevant markets for many years, which is what we just read. 2. General search services, search advertising, and general search text advertising in the United States are relevant markets. 3. Google has monopoly power in each of the 3 relevant markets. 4. The evidence establishes a prima facie case of anti-competitive conduct. 5. Google failed to present valid pro-competitive justifications, let alone sufficient non-pretextual justifications to outweigh the anti-competitive effects. And pretext is basically when you can prove that there is reason to question if someone is lying or not. So basically, they're calling them liars, in my opinion. But I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just assuming. You know me. Yeah, that's just my opinion. Anyway, and then it says Google's systematic destruction of unfavorable evidence warrants sanctions under Rule 37E. And it ends with the court has jurisdiction and venue is proper. And so I'm going to just go check that out. Oh, okay. So yeah. That looks boring. It's literally just citing the codes and the laws, and then it's just got a bunch of signatures and shit. Okie dokie. Now, let's look at the post-trial brief. And the post-trial brief, the conclusions of law, and the findings of fact, all 3 of these are from February 9th, 2024. So, the post-trial brief. Oh, this is long. We're just going to check out the introduction for this guy. So yeah. The introduction here, it says, Google has exploited in its monopoly power to freeze the ecosystem of what should otherwise be a vibrant and competitive industry. For more than a decade, Google has dominated the markets for general search services and search advertising. This trial exposed Google's efforts to control how Americans access information on the internet and the leaps it has taken and continues to take to illegally maintain its power. Rather than compete on the merits, Google has protected its monopoly power by engaging in exclusionary conduct that thwarted competition and suppressed threats to its dominance. And it is clear that amassing and protecting power is important to Google because it spends more than $20 billion each year to pay for defaults and restrictive contracts, which is more than redacted times the redacted billion Google invests in research and development for search. Over 10 weeks at trial, testimony and documents painted a sobering picture of how Google's conduct subverted the competitive process and harmed consumers. Google told the public that internet search markets were open and competitive, claiming that competition is a click away. At the same time, Google paid billions to lock up search queries for itself, deprive rivals of scale, and thwart entry by innovative competitors. Google publicly boasted about its popularity with customers, but privately, its executives made clear that they would not waste our valuable time on privacy improvements without evidence that Google was losing users. And while Google claimed that search advertising markets were competitive, it manipulated ad auctions and openly acknowledged that it could raise prices 20% year over year without regard to its competitors. What Google says and what the evidence shows are plainly at odds. Google is not focused on spending its money, attention, and time on improving general search and search advertising because it does not have to. Recognizing how such evidence would land with the public, regulators, and courts, Google attempted to obscure these facts. It destroyed internal communications that likely would have cast an even harsher light on its conduct. Google also, as a matter of corporate policy, stretched and manipulated the attorney-client privilege to serve its business objectives. Despite these efforts, the record is clear. Consumers have little choice, lose out on better products, and sacrifice their privacy, with advertisers paying higher prices because there are no meaningful alternatives to Google. During this litigation, Google has attempted to recast its anti-competitive conduct as protected by some imaginary de facto business judgment rule. But its cramped interpretation of the Sherman Act is contrary to a plain reading of law. Over 100 years of Supreme Court precedents makes clear that there are some things a monopolist like Google cannot do. And this is why the United States and 52 states and territories, working on behalf of the public, were compelled to act. Americans, not Google, should have the power to choose where and how they get information and to make informed decisions about their lives. The court's intervention is required to redress the consequences of Google's monopolies and ensure Americans regain access to vibrant, open information markets. For the reasons demonstrated below, the court should find Google liable for its decade-long violations of Section 2 of the Sherman Act. And then I might do this factual overview. Shit, fuck it. I think I will do this damn factual overview. Okay, but before I continue, I just want to remind everybody that if you have not purchased a tattoo from Ink by Cass, if you're near Pasadena, Texas, Houston, Texas, check out Ink by Cass for your next tattoo. Have you had a tattoo from Ink by Cass? You should probably think about getting it. Okie dokie. So, factual overview. Google has recognized the power of defaults and the importance of scale for 2 decades and built its business strategy accordingly. In 2003, Dr. Hal Varian sent Google's founders a memo with 2 recommendations that would shape the market for general search engines and ensure Google's control of it. First, recognizing that early innovation had already made Google the dominant search engine in the United States, Dr. Varian recommended that Google protected that dominance by seeking to raise the cost of users switching to rival search engines. Second, Dr. Varian warned Google's executives to avoid creating written communications that could be used against the company in a future antitrust suit. Google took both recommendations to heart. It now pays more than $20 billion each year to be the default search engine for nearly every search access point on mobile phones sold in the United States. Google pays so much to control these defaults because they allow Google to enjoy an insurmountable advantage over its rivals. And, vital to the integrity of this litigation, as early as 2008, Google took steps to hide records of its business decisions from scrutiny. Google tied up the search market with distribution agreements. Google's efforts to obtain control over key distribution points for search engines started the following year, in 2004, when Google offered Mozilla revenue share for distribution on its Firefox browser. Then, in 2005, Google volunteered to pay Apple a share of search revenues to be set as the Safari's browser's default search engine. Google's efforts accelerated in 2007. That year, a researcher working with Dr. Varian concluded that the best way for a general search engine to grow or defend market share was to be the default homepage in a user's internet browser. The research found that defaults could be a powerful strategic weapon against Google's then primary rivals, Yahoo and Microsoft, because the defaults were more important than search quality in protecting market shares. Supported by Dr. Varian's efforts, the defaults analysis was shown to and adopted by Google's top executives, including then CEO Eric Schmidt and future CEO Sundar Pichai. The power of defaults underlined the strategy that Google proceeded to follow for the next 20 years. Pay to make Google the default so users face higher switching costs in choosing rival search engines. Google turbocharged its funding for default homepages on desktop computers to make itself the out-of-the-box default search engine across different search access points. Google offered revenue share to all potential distributors as new defaults on phones became available. Google applied the power of defaults analysis to the new and growing mobile search access points and paid accordingly. For Apple devices, Google's revenue share payments have ballooned to more than redacted billion each year. But those payments would stop if Apple ever changed Safari's preset default. As Google has made clear, in 2007, as Apple prepared to launch a version of its Safari browser for Windows, the company planned to offer users a choice screen for selecting the default search engine. In response, Google informed Apple, no default placement, no revenue share. All or nothing. So, Apple withdrew the idea, taking the money instead. Google similarly snuffed out the possibility that Apple might distribute versions of Safari with Yahoo on the start page, and rejected Apple's request to control who had the default for each device sold with Safari. Again, in 2012, when Apple sought flexibility for using Google as a search default, Google refused. Google took a similar approach to the Android ecosystem. In 2005, Google purchased the Android operating system, and by 2008, the first Android smartphone hit the market, along with an Android app store. By 2009, Google realized that obtaining defaults was not enough. To protect against any chance a rival could compete for searches on a device, Google needed to ensure that it was the only default. From that time forward, Google demanded default exclusivity when negotiating revenue share on Android devices. Over time, Android contracts morphed into two interlocking distribution and revenue share agreements. These contracts control the most important Android search access points and ensure that rival search engines are kept off Android phones. Using the Mobile Application Distribution Agreement, MADA, original equipment manufacturers, OEM, license a bundle of Google's applicants, including the Play Store, YouTube, and Google Maps. Given that the Google Play Store is a must-have for Android devices, it is not commonly feasible for an OEM to ship Android devices without the Google Play Store pre-installed. Any Android OEM that rejects the MADA loses access to the Play Store and effectively turns its phones into bricks. Under the MADA, to pre-install any of these applications on an Android device, OEMs must place the Google search widget on the home screen and pre-install Chrome with Google set as the default search. Through its revenue share agreement, Google pays OEMs and wireless carriers to exclude Google's rivals from Android devices. Between 2010 and 2020, Google used RSAs to obtain platform exclusivity for certain carriers. That is, in exchange for revenue share, every phone sold by those carriers needed to have every search access point default to Google. In 2020, with this lawsuit looming, Google retooled the RSAs to add a veneer of non-exclusive revenue tiers and device-by-device exclusivity. But the essence remained the same. To avoid losing billions from Google, carriers and OEMs had to block all of Google's rivals from their phones. And Google's 2020 changes had no impact on search access point covered by the MADA, which account for 60% of the search revenue on Android devices. Google's distribution agreements deprive rivals of scale. Google's distribution agreements deprive rivals of the scale necessary to compete effectively. At trial, all fact witnesses acknowledged that user-side data generated by user interactions with a search engine, is and always has been a vital input for general search engines. Google's focus on user data goes back to when search was confined to desktop computers. Google began logging user-side data, and over time, the information logged has grown to include links the user chose not to click, how much time a user spent on the linked page, and user scrolling. After search began appearing on phones, Google started logging information about user location, swipes, and other user-related movements. This data is now vital to every aspect of search, including figuring out where and when to crawl specific websites, how to index the information retrieved from that crawl, what documents to retrieve from the index in response to a user query, and how to rank the retrieved items. Some elements of Google's search engine are trained on 13 months of data, a volume that would take Bing over 17 years to accumulate. Initially, Google bragged about the advantage that scale gave the company in search. But in 2010, after antitrust concerns were raised about Google's size, the company took a different approach with its public statements. Externally, Dr. Varian called the idea that scale mattered bogus. Internally, Google's top search engineers were adamant that we make very good use of everything we get. Because data from mobile is especially useful in answering mobile queries, Google's enormous advantage in mobile search gives the companies an insurmountable and growing advantage in scale, and thus quality on mobile devices. Finally, because scale has long played an important role in identifying and testing search engine improvements, Google's scale advantage remains an insurance policy against future competition. Google's conduct harms competitors. Oh, it's competition, not competitors, my bad. Whatever. You have to have competitors to have competition. By controlling search defaults, Google ensures that it has and will always have more scale than any other general search engine. This scale gives Google an impenetrable advantage, which, when coupled with Google's control of the relevant advertising markets, allows Google to monetize its searches in ways that rivals cannot. Google sells advertising through auctions designed and controlled exclusively by Google, a process so devoid of competition that advertisers have no ability to negotiate pricing or switch to other platforms. Indeed, Google sets ad prices at will without considering what rivals are charging. The company's unconstrained ability to raise prices costs advertisers billions of dollars per year. This money is then funneled back into defaults. Google's defaults, scale, and monetization turn in a self-reinforcing cycle. Google's defaults lead to scale advantages over rivals, which make it harder for these rivals to compete on quality. The struggle to compete on quality makes it harder for rivals to compete on price. The absence of price competition makes it easier for Google to reap the profits associated with its monopoly, which Google then uses to pay for distribution contracts. This cycle sits as a barrier to the growth and entrance of rivals, thereby harming competition, advertisers, and consumers. This was all to plan. In 2003, Dr. Varian wrote, "Look at it this way. We are currently a dominant player in an industry, and we are trying to discourage entry by a potential competitor." In 2024, Google has long since achieved this goal. Rivals invest less, knowing that significant improvements will not result in higher profits. Users accept lower quality because there are no rivals to drive Google forward. And advertisers pay more for ads because there is no close alternative. Google hid evidence of its antitrust violations. As early as 2003, Google's key executives recognized its strategy to insulate itself from competition would attract scrutiny. Google therefore took extraordinary measures to curate its communications. Google trained employees not to use certain words like market, network effects, or scale in emails and letters. Further, Google instructed employees negotiating search distribution agreements to manufacture fake claims of privilege for every document discussing RSAs and MADAs. Any written communication about privacy, a competitive feature in search, was cloaked under the veil of privilege. Google's internal lawyers, aware of this practice, did not bother responding to requests for advice they knew to be fake. And in 2008, in an email authored by its present chief legal officer, Kent Walker, Google announced that it was changing the default for its company chat system to history off, meaning chats were automatically deleted after 24 hours. Mr. Walker candidly explained that this change would ensure that internal communications could not be used by regulators, litigants, or anyone adverse to Google. Google continued this systematic destruction of employee chats for the next 15 years. None of this was an accident. Google understood the power of defaults and scale long before most others. It came to understand the power of search advertising and the profits it could drive, but it also understood that its strategy of locking out rivals was rife with antitrust risk. To manage this risk, Google took extraordinary and improper steps to control the evidentiary record. The day of reckoning Google has long feared has arrived, and though the court cannot see the evidence that has been hidden or destroyed, the evidence that survived and was presented at trial is overwhelming and establishes a clear Section 2 violation. Yeah, that sounds crazy. I'd hate to have that. Okay, let's see. Is there a conclusion? And the conclusion just says, as plaintiffs demonstrated at trial, Google's illegal conduct has allowed it to maintain durable monopolies in general search ads, and general search text ads that harm competition. The court should hold that Google has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act. So yeah. And then next up here, we've got, that was the post-trial brief, I believe. Okay, now let's take a look at these closing decks. Do I have it in me to actually watch these? Oh, God, these are long. But you know what? Honestly, last time it was worth it, though. Yeah, fuck it. We're here now. Let's do it. Okay, so closing deck. This is the pro-competitive benefits and balancing closing deck from May 2024. And so it looks like here in the agenda, we are looking at how Google failed to prove pro-competitive benefits outweighing the anti-competitive effects. So here we have a quote. It says, if a plaintiff successfully establishes a prima facie case under Section 2 by demonstrating anti-competitive effect, then the monopolist may proffer a pro-competitive justification for its conduct. And then here we have Google's burden. We have a quote from United States versus Microsoft Court. It says, Microsoft failed to meet its burden of showing that its conduct serves a purpose other than protecting its operating system monopoly. Then we have another one from Maya Media Inc. versus Comcast Court. It says, this burden shifting has evolved based on which party has access to the various categories of evidence and information, with any evidence of pro-competitive justifications likely to be under the defendant's control. And then we've got United States versus, I don't know what the fuck that is. And it says, the government having demonstrated harm to competition, the burden shifts to Dentsply to show that its exclusionary contractual provision promotes a sufficiently pro-competitive objective. Oh, Dentsply International Inc. Okay, my bad. And then it says the pro-competitive benefits argument is the centerpiece of Meta's affirmative defense to the FTC's claims. Because it is an affirmative defense, Meta will bear the burden of proof on the issue. FTC versus Meta Platforms. So it looks like they're showing precedent for where the burden of proof is on the company to prove it's not a monopoly. Okay. And then it's saying Google failed to prove pro-competitive benefits outweighing the anti-competitive effects. A, competition for the contract. And then it says belongs in justifications. And it has a quote here. It says the court thinks that Google's competition for the contract defense cannot be resolved on summary judgment at the prima facie stage and is better left for the pro-competitive prong of the Microsoft analysis. And then it's describing a pro-competitive justification as a non-pretextual claim that the monopolist's conduct is indeed a form of competition on the merits because it involves, for example, enhanced consumer appeal. And then it's saying competition for the contract, Apple and Mozilla. Broken promise. We have a quote here. It says, the court will hear testimony and receive evidence of how Apple and Mozilla conducted these competitions. The court will hear from Eddie Q, a longtime senior executive at Apple who had responsibility for negotiating agreements with Google. The court will also hear from John Gianandrea, John Gianandrea, another senior Apple executive. And last, the court will review videotape deposition statement from Mitchell Baker, Mozilla's CEO. They will confirm that Google won these competitions on the merits and that intense competition for browser defaults have improved browser performance and quality, resulting in higher search engine usage and revenues. And this is in Google opening statement. And then here we have no meaningful competition for the contract. It says Apple lacks alternatives. And this is from Eduardo Q, SVP Services. It says, certainly there wasn't a valid alternative. The other existing GSEs were not a choice Apple could make. Did they mean Google search engines? I don't know. It says, I don't believe there's a price in the world that Microsoft could offer us. It wasn't a choice to pick any of the existing search engines. And it says, Bing cannot compete. With notes, it says, except scenario A, most optimistic, least likely, it would not be possible for Alice to match our payments profitably. And then they give a scenario. It says, in 2016, Google found that Bing would likely need to offer Apple a 122% revenue share rate to match Google's payments at a 33.75% revenue share. Google named this project Alice in Wonderland after a dream sequence and used Alice as the code name for Bing. Oh, okay. Apple lacks alternatives. This is from Sundar Pichai, CEO. Question. So, armed with all this information we've just been talking about, at any point in your discussions in 2016 with Mr. Cook and Mr. Q, did you communicate to them that they didn't really have any leverage in negotiating a revenue share percentage because Google was the only viable option? Answer. I looked at it with a set of factors. Our search usage had grown tremendously, so the deal was working well for us. Users were very happy with their experience. It was a competitive dynamic. There was a lot of uncertainty about what Apple would do because Apple tends to, design, control its own experience. And by the way, yes, I did take what you're saying into account, which is why we didn't pay the share Apple wanted. Regarding Mozilla lacks alternatives, and we have the executive chairwoman here, Mitchell Baker, and it says, answer, competition in the search market would help us because there are more options. There aren't many alternatives to Google. Regarding Android for competition for the contract, we have a question from Professor Kevin Murphy, Google expert, professor of economics, University of Chicago. Question. And in describing the competition on Android, you intentionally do not use the word intensely competed, right? Answer. I don't think I had evidence for that. That's why I didn't make a statement to the effect one way or the other whether it was intensely competed or not. Competition for distribution is not competition for consumers. And we're still with the same professor. Distributors are self-interested. Question. And maximizing profits can mean making decisions that are sometimes worse for Apple's users. Answer. Well, they're not always aligned, but they have a strong incentive to please their users since that's where their bread is buttered, right? Question. Raising ebook price meant Apple would make more money itself at the expense of its customers? Answer. I'd have to go back and go through all of it, but I presume Apple's conduct reflected their interests. And then we're moving on to B, pass-through, regarding Google failed to prove pro-competitive benefits outweighing anti-competitive effects. So pass-through. Does competition for search distribution benefit general search users? Pro-competitive justifications must be cognizable. To be cognizable, justifications, 1, must be in market. Section 2's focus on protecting competition in any relevant market derives directly from its text, which prohibits monopolization of any part of trade or commerce. 2, cannot be pretextual. A cognizable justification must be non-pretextual. Justification must be genuine. Pass-through not considered. So, from 2005 to present, Google's tracking of whether its search distribution partners pass on payments received by Google to consumers in any form. Then we have a written response here. Google has not located any formal analysis, study, or survey previously conducted, commissioned, or relied upon by Google regarding any impact or correlation of payments made by Google to manufacturers or wireless carriers on consumer prices for devices or wireless services in the United States. And then we're back to the same Kevin Murphy, PhD dude, regarding the documents. Question: so you didn't look at at Google's documents on this subject? Answer: no. I'm an economist. I look at markets and how those markets work, and we learn from the marketplace itself. It's the standard approach in economics. And we have pass-through regarding Android. So pass-through was not tracked. And then here we have Jamie Rosenberg quoted here, part-time advisor, former VP strategy, former VP business, and operations for Android and Google Play. Question: and you have no understanding how carriers used to search revenue payments that Google pays, correct? Answer: with the exception of what's now in some of these go-to-market agreements, we don't require them to share with us how they're using the funds. Question: and you don't have any understanding as to how carriers or OEMs use the revenue share payments that Google pays them? Answer: I don't. Then we've got pass-through, Android ecosystem. Pass-through not considered. We've got Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google here, says, question: do you think Google, is it Pichai or Pichai? I'm sorry, Pichai? Question: so you think about Google search separate from the competition between Apple iOS and Android? Answer: that's correct, yeah. Then we've got Joan Brady, VP Product Partnerships of Google, regarding pass-through not considered. Question: so it must be the case that Google has determined that the benefits to Google search are worth the cost of propping up Android's biggest rival. Is that right? Answer: I don't think we have ever looked at it that way. We sell our search to many different competitors. It's an independent product. Pass-through, Android, low-cost phones, better phones. So we have low-cost phone narrative unsupported. Back to Professor Kevin Murphy. Question: I cannot speak again. You haven't seen any documents that link the MADA bundle with the sale of low-cost phones, right? Answer: I don't recall documents saying that. I know, though, Google viewed the MADA and the zero-price license as an important part of the design decision of the Android model that they built. Question: you haven't quantified how many, if any, low-priced Android devices would leave the U.S. market if the MADA bundle was disallowed in the U.S. Answer: I don't know that because we don't have any empirical data to do that. As I've been saying throughout, my approach is always to try to use market evidence to say what I can say. Question: you haven't seen any data from Europe or Russia that allowed that low-end cell phone makers left the market after the MADA bundle was disallowed? Answer: well, I don't have evidence on that. No, I haven't seen the data. Then we have low-cost phone narrative unsupported. And then here it says rationale in support of the proposal. Secures Google access on Samsung devices, including Google as default search / exclusive search, Google search backfill for Bixby, security and letter upgrades, Daydream support on specific devices. Back to Professor Kevin Murphy. It says, question: there's nothing in here that says that, well, nothing in here about pass-through, right? Answer: no. Question: nothing in here about supporting low-priced phones throughout the world or throughout the United States? Answer: no. And it looks like they have an email up here that seems to have redacted emails, but it's an internal Google email. And it's showing the deal between Samsung search agreement and everything like that. So, yeah. And then it talks in the pass-through regarding Android consistent user experience here. And we're going into consistency versus innovation, and it's back to Jamie Rosenberg, part-time advisor, former VP strategy, former VP business and operations for Android and Google Play. So, question. And Android partners compete against one another by differentiating their devices and device experiences? Answer. That's one of the ways they compete. Yes. Question. And differentiation between Android devices can lead to innovation, correct? Answer. Yes. Innovation is one of the ways they can differentiate, like the foldable devices that I showed or some of the other innovations we talked about earlier. And it talks about how consistency has many forms. It says a choice screen is a consistent user experience. And it talks about Professor Michael Winston, plaintiff expert, professor of economics, MIT, says answer. If it's really about consistency, like another way to have consistency is to always have a choice screen, that's very consistent. So it's not, I don't see the link between exclusivity and consistency. OEMs and carriers have their own incentives to ensure a good user experience. And we've got from T-Mobile, Jeffrey Gerard, VP, Strategic Partnerships and Business Development. I think that's T-Mobile. Why do I think that's a T-Mobile thing? Is that T-Mobile? Yeah, that's a T-Mobile logo. Okay. Anyway, and then it says, answer. If consumers are confused to the point they need to call customer care, that is a real cost to T-Mobile, as if we're not providing an optimal experience and they're confused. They may switch devices, switch to an iOS device, or even switch carriers. And we're talking about pass-through regarding Android online incentives and pass-through at Apple. And it says no restrictions on ISA payments from Eduardo Q, SV Services. Question. Does the ISA place any limitations on how Apple uses its split of the Google revenue shares? Answer. No. The money comes to Apple and the money is just Apple's to decide how to use it. Question. Are those payments designated for any specific use within Apple? Answer. No, they're not. And then it's saying could be a coincidence. Professor Murphy stated this could be a coincidence, agreed other factors could have contributed to the decline, did not use econometric analysis to show causation, said I don't think I could. And then this next thing is redacted, so I'm going to skip it. And then pass-through, Mozilla, and it talks about the Mozilla letter, written by outside counsel Cromwell Morning. Redacted for public filing. Okay, let's just read the Mozilla letter. Fuck it. It says, civil investigated a demand, blah, blah, blah. It says, Dear Ryan, on behalf of Mozilla Foundation. Oh, okay, and this is to the Associate Deputy Attorney General. It says, on behalf of Mozilla Foundation, we write to thank you for meeting with us on Monday. We appreciate having an opportunity to further explain why consumers and competition in the browser market would be significantly harmed if the U.S. Department of Justice Antitrust Division brings an enforcement action that prohibits small and independent browser companies, such as Mozilla Corporation, from entering into default search agreements with Google. We also appreciated having the opportunity to explain how such an enforcement action would have the unintended consequence of creating a Google monopoly in cross-platform browser engines by depriving Mozilla Corporation of the revenue needed to continue operating its Gecko browser engine. During our meeting, we were asked several questions related to related to Mozilla's corporation's willingness to use Microsoft's Bing search product if it were unable to enter a default search agreement with Google. As detailed below, Mozilla's corporation's ability to compete in the browser market, where it has served as an innovative and disruptive force that offers privacy and security-conscious users a meaningful alternative, would be severely undermined if it did not have the option of selecting Google as its default search partner and instead were forced to partner with Microsoft. Instead, it would be likely that Mozilla Corporation would exit the browser market in that circumstance altogether, and it is extremely likely that Mozilla Corporation would no longer be able to sustain as an independent browser engine given the expense. Interesting. I need to process that more. Okay. And we got here pass-through revenue share payments would be higher without restrictions. It says less restrictive alternatives. And we got a quote here from FTC versus Meta. It says substantially, the burden would be on the defendant to demonstrate that benefits it claims resulted from its conduct could not have been achieved absent the conduct. A quote here says option but not the obligation. And it looks like this next slide is on Adrian McAllister, the VP of Global Partnerships for Google. And it says, question, the go-to-market agreements did not require carriers to pre-install Google search. Answer, no, it did not. Question, on devices. It also didn't require Google search to be set as the default search engine on the Android devices that qualified. Answer, the go-to-market deal did not. That was in the RSA agreement. Question, got it. And the go-to-market agreement did not require that the devices that qualified had Google search exclusivity. Answer, no. Question, and again, I don't mean to belabor the point, but the purpose of the supporting those marketing activities was to support the sale of Android devices, correct? Answer, sure, yes. She's like, sure, yes. Huh. Okay, GSEs share revenue without a default. It says all other GSEs share revenue without demanding default exclusivity. Does this mean Google search engine? Sometimes to be a user selectable option. Sometimes distributor has the right but not the obligation to include them as an option. The next slide, security update incentives available. From Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google. Question, but Google could provide a separate financial incentive for security upgrades outside of the RSA, correct? Answer, sure, we could structure it that way. Choice screens are efficient. And it's talking about choice screens are useful. We have Eduardo Q, SVP Services for Apple. And it says, question, do Apple users make some choices to set up their phones right outside of the box? Right out of the box. Duh. Answer, oh, they do. Question, and Mr. Q, I'm simply asking that when Apple thinks it's important, it does allow the user a choice, such as the choice screens that we see in UPX D009. Answer, we certainly make decisions on when to show these options that you show here. And it's showing Google versus the space-time continuum. And it's redacted, but it's just a bar graph, so I don't really know what it means because it's redacted, but it's about choice screen selection, downloading the app, searching without Google search engine, and changing the default. And it's saying from Dr. Mark Israel, Google Expert Compass Lexicon, it says, on searching without a Google search engine, I think I say the switching costs to go to another site are minimal. But then why would Mozilla write a letter saying they wouldn't be able to function? Okay, because of the cost. And then next, from United States versus Microsoft Core, we have the quote, if the monopolist's pro-competitive justification stands unrebutted, then the plaintiff must demonstrate that the anti-competitive harm of the conduct outweighs the pro-competitive benefit. And then it's got the plaintiff's closing statement here, but it's redacted. And then we're moving into the appendix. We got Google versus Google. The fuck? Wait, how do you have Google versus Google? Oh, we have two different cases. Okay. So quote 1, it says Microsoft's index had been too small for too long, as acknowledged by its senior search leadership. In the next quote, that same year, 2014, Microsoft personnel continued to express concerns that most features in Bing were designed with mobile search as an afterthought, resulting in a sloppy search user experience. And then it's saying payments higher with competition. We've got this from Professor Michael Winston, plaintiff expert, professor of economics and management at MIT. It says, answer, if rivals get stronger, actually that will tend to push revenue shares up. But a second thing is what I just talked about a moment ago, that if competition for these things is not all or nothing, that also push revenue shares up. Then it says choice screens functional. We have a quote here. It says the browser agreements improve search quality and output by enabling the browser to work effectively out of the box. Then it goes into Mozilla benefits from search competition. And it says why not Google. Users. Mission alignment does not promote competition for search, supports the continued dominance of Google, dependency of Google. Financial security. No revenue guarantee, need product and business focus to succeed. Revenue share could drop below projections. And then it says downside risk. No opportunity to grow share. Mozilla must change to focus on search volume performances. And saying why Yahoo? Users. Opportunity to innovate features and services that are customized for Firefox users. Mission alignment. An agent for change. Independence from Google. Opportunity to level the playing field in search. Financial security. High guarantee. 5-year term. Diversified sustainability projects. Projected growth of market share. And then we've got a slide on ISA payments that are greater than Bing's revenue. In 2022, Google's ISA payment of $20 billion to Apple was nearly double Bing's total worldwide revenue. And then we've got another slide here on Professor Michael Winston, plaintiff expert, professor of economics and management at MIT. It says, competition for the contract does not prevent competitive harm. It says a dominant firm and distributor can find it worthwhile to enter contracts that harm competition. Competition is a public good. When bidding for an exclusive contract, a dominant firm can use the monopoly profits it protects to make sure it wins. When there is a dominant firm, competition for exclusives can make competition less intense. Competition by a dominant supplier for exclusivity sometimes may result in harm to consumers. Okay. So yeah, that was the closing deck on Procompetitive's benefits and balancing. Next up, let's check out the closing deck on anti-competitive effects. Oh God, this one's 134. Okay, we ain't gonna be able to do all that. No, we ain't doing all that. Let's we're just gonna skim and scan. We're just gonna scroll through this one. So, this is a quote from another case. Fuck it, I'm gonna ignore that. So here it says too, Google search distribution contracts have anti-competitive effects. A. Google's distribution contracts hoard defaults. B. Anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts. C. Even under exclusive dealing, Google's distribution contracts violate Section 2. Okay, let's just go check out B. Anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts, because that is the new information to us, I feel, in my opinion. So I'm just going to check out Section B here, because we've been talking about this other shit, I think. You know what I'm saying? And I will get all of this shit linked in the description of the video, so you can go check it all out yourself if you prefer. Okay, here I am. So I'm just going to go through this Section B, and I think we will just do that part. So, anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts. 1. Prevent rival from obtaining scale. 2. Reduce incentives to invest. 3. Prevent expansion of Safari suggestions. 4. Payment disincentivize Apple entry. 5. Right of first refusal disincentivizes Apple entry. 6. Blunt nascent competition. So regarding preventing rivals from obtaining scale, the user-side data scale. A former Neva CEO and founder and former Google SVP, Google Ads and Commerce, Siddhar Ramaswamy said, scale here refers to how much query click information is one able to collect. A Google document research quality newsletters from 2000 or greater than 2016 quarter one ranking newsletters It says user interaction signals include clicks as well as all other interactions from users with search results or search results pages, which can be mined from session logs. From John Giannandrea, Apple Chief Machine Learning and AI Strategy, former Google Head of Search and AI, says location and time of day are useful search signals. Mikhail Perekin, CEO Advertising and Web Services for Microsoft, says Microsoft tracks search traffic by device type or form factor. Then we're going into scale and quality from Sridhar Ramaswamy. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I'm assuming I did. It said former Neva CEO and founder, former Google SVP, Google Ads and Commerce. It says, and one of the biggest signals that all search engines have relied on for the past 20 years is this thing that you talk about, which is query click information. The more users you have, the more queries you have seen over time, the more click behavior you've observed over time, the more effective you can be in creating a higher quality search engine. And then we're moving into scale and quality. If a document gets a positive reaction, we figure it is good. If the reaction is negative, it is probably bad. Grossly simplified, this is the source of Google's magic. If you search right now, you'll benefit from the billions of past user reactions we've recorded, and your responses will benefit people who come after you. Search keeps working by induction. Exploiting user feedback, principally clicks, has been the major theme of ranking work for the past decade. One can regard each as a massive multiple choice test. Each day, we get to ask humanity a billion questions of the form, which of these 10 documents is most relevant to your query? Then, some person helpfully answers with a click, which teaches us something about the road. Moving into scale and quality. Then we have Apple and Google. John Giannandrea from Apple and Google. It said, and user data can help a search engine figure out which places to crawl more or less frequently. Answer: yes. From Ben Gnomes from Google, it says each of these innovations of spelling, synonyms, autocomplete, they benefit and continue to improve based on query data, correct? Yes. Regarding query refinement. Okay, we have Professor Douglas Ord. Okay, Ben Gnomes is former SVP of Search. Professor Douglas Ord is a plaintiff expert professor of advanced computer studies, University of Maryland in College Park. And he said, Google uses user-side data to see what kinds of pages people click on and stay on or come back from right away. And then they look at the characteristics of those pages and use that to train systems to decide whether to keep future pages in the index or not. Regarding indexing, next we have Dr. Pandu Nayak, VP of Search Google, says, question, rank embed BERT. BERT is an algorithm that ranks search pages. Is trained on click and query data, right? Answer, yes it is. Regarding scale and quality, Dr. Eric Lemon, former distinguished software engineer of Google, said, exploiting user feedback, principally clicks, has been the major theme of ranking work for the past decade. Then, John Giannandrea, Microsoft and Google, Apple Chief Machine Learning and, did I say Microsoft? It's Apple. I know that's Apple. I'm just not thinking. What is wrong with me? Apple Chief Machine Learning and AI Strategy, former Google Head of Search and AI. Answer, scale is relevant because you need to decide which features to prioritize. I do know the difference between Microsoft and Apple. I am just, bleh. You know what I mean. Okay. Then Professor Douglas Ord, plaintiff expert, professor of advanced computer studies, University of Maryland and College Park, said, wait, did I read this already? No, I don't think I did. Then it said, search features benefit from user-side data in the same way that web search might. In fact, perhaps to a greater degree, because it might be more difficult to interpret features and images than to interpret words on the web pages. John Giannandrea said, the more queries a search engine sees, the more opportunities it has to improve in this manner. Answer, the more opportunities the engineers have to look for patterns and improve the algorithm. Yeah. So then, regarding scale and advanced machine learning, this is on Dr. Pandu Nayak, VP of Search at Google. Question, and RankBrain is an expressive process to run. RankBrain is another, like Panda, Penguin, BERT, RankBrain are all names for updates in Google algorithms and the code. Answer, it's certainly more expensive than some of our other ranking components. Question, so that's in part one of the reasons why you just wait until you're down to the final 20 or 30 before you run RankBrain. Answer, that is correct. Question, RankBrain is too expensive to run on hundreds or thousands of results. Answer, that is correct. Question, and running the AI model, such as MUM, M-U-M, can be more expensive than the core models that we looked at. Answer, yes. I just want to emphasize that the difficulty, certainly they will be more expensive, no question about that. But the bigger thing is running those bigger models at the latency that you need and the throughput that you need is very, very hard. Running things at such scale to get sub-second latencies, to get them at the QPS that we need to run it is very, very difficult. It's not just that it's expensive. So he's saying it's not only that this shit costs a lot, it's also about being able to sort through a shit ton of data fast enough to make people happy. And then from John Gianandrea, Apple Chief Machine Learning and AI Strategy, former Google Head of Search and AI, mobile and desktop scale differ. Question, and you write, not having mobile queries at scale is a huge liability. Mobile queries are, obviously, queries that come from your phone, right? Answer, from mobile devices, generally, yes. Question, a query mixed from a mobile device is different than a query mixed from a desktop device. Answer, generally, I would agree with that, yes. Question, and so having, and I think this is the point you're making in your email, having mobile queries at scale is important in answering mobile queries. Answer, yes, I agree with that. Now we're moving into how scale is particularly important for tail queries. At Google, because even of our scale, even the most obscure choice would have been exercised by thousands of people. Then we're looking at diminishing returns are not vanishing returns. From Professor Kevin Murphy. Question, and you're not offering an opinion about when click and query data is viable and when there's diminishing returns. Answer, well, I would think as an economist, there's pretty much always diminishing returns, but that doesn't mean they're not valuable even after some diminishing returns have set in. And then regarding anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts. So first, we just addressed how we are preventing rivals from obtaining scale. Next, we're going to look at how Google reduces incentives to invest. And then after that, I am going to, I'm not going to read the rest because I feel like it's going to be all connected and we get the point. I don't know enough about law to properly explain it anyway. I'm just curious. So yeah, all of this is going to be linked in the description of the video if you want to go check that out yourself. Okie dokie. So we're just going to finish up on reduce incentives to invest for this section here. And then we'll be moving on. So Google's contracts change costs and benefits. We have that from Professor Michael Winston here. Answer, what these contracts are doing are two things. One, because of the tying up of queries, the contracts are reducing the benefits of investing. They're also making it more costly for you to increase your quality, more difficult because now it's harder for you to experiment. It's harder for you to figure out how to get quality to be higher. And then we have from Mikhail Parakin, rivals use cost-benefit analysis. Question, and at high level, what criteria do you consider when making investment decisions for search? Answer, There are multiple criteria to be taken into account. It is, fundamentally, it boils down to what kind of long-term revenue we can achieve. Regarding harms to competitive process. So this is redacted here, but this is, here we have a quote. It says, from regarding index underinvestment, it says, as a consequence of efforts to drive cost efficiency, search machine spend has declined from 2014 to 2017, despite 45% total increase in queries across that time. We have underinvested in machines and have seen impacts to product quality. Smaller index, higher latency, blocked launches, serving errors. Dr. Pandu Naik, VP of Search, Google, is quoted on the following. Question. You talked about Google's index size. In 2020, the index was about 400 billion documents. Is that right? Answer. I don't know the specific number, but maybe. Question. Okay. But I think you testified that the number had come down. Is that right? Answer. There is a period of time when that number did come down. Question. And the decrease in size was concerning to the engineers like you at Google. Answer. Because we want to build a comprehensive index. Yes. And then next slide says, Google walks when it should run. Opportunities spur investment. We have a quote here. Okay, but what is Go Big in Europe? Starting March 1st, 2020, all new Android devices sold in Europe will offer a default search engine choice screen during phone setup. Go Big in Europe is a product investment above and beyond business, as usual, to make sure Google is top of mind for European users. I can't speak. Next, we're moving on to privacy. So, regarding how Google rejected incognito search, and this is from Dr. Prabhakar Raghavan. I am so sorry, I don't think I said that right. Prabhakar Raghavan. I don't think that's right. I am so sorry. SVP, Knowledge and Information Products of Google. Question. In that proposal, had it been enacted, would have been offered users an option for searching where Google would anonymize the user's data and never log it, right? Answer. Correct. Question. Google never adopted that proposal, correct? Answer. Correct. Question. And one of the concerns was if Google adopted that proposal, users would pick it and Google would lose billions of dollars in revenue, correct? Answer. That was only one of the concerns. Yes. So yeah. Okay. So we've discussed here how we prevented rivals from obtaining scale and reduced incentives to invest. So, incentives were reduced because, in my opinion, it looks like they were able to influence the ability of you to rank and therefore influence incentives to invest in search, right? But this particularly influences their competitors' abilities to invest in search, you know what I mean? And then regarding preventing rivals from obtaining scale, because of how they built their algorithm and because of how they not only built their algorithm in a way of sifting through mass data, but also in a way in which they have a lot of control over all of the different devices that we can search on. You know what I'm saying? We're able to, from my opinion, from this, see how a bit more of the technical explanation behind the coding and the actual setup of how they were able to prevent rivals from obtaining scale and reducing incentives to invest. So yeah, highly recommend checking out the rest of all of this. It's going to end up getting linked. So yeah, fucking next up, I think I will be checking out I don't know if I'm going to actually be going through all of the rest of these closing decks, but we will definitely be looking through them real quick. Um, fucking, what I'm gonna do right now is just do a little quick breaky break. I've been doing a lot of reading, so we're gonna give uh, just give myself a little break real quick. And then I'm going to go on break 15, 20-ish minutes, and then we're going to keep doing this fucking thing. We've got a lot more to cover. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you guys, and I am going to be right back.
song is to my haters. The ones that go out of the way to let everybody know how evil my music is. Y'all taking this shit too seriously. This is real. Don't run, Joey. When I was young, they used to say, hey, look, there's that hoe. But nowadays, they say, don't listen to that asshole. He's spending words and spitting verse that we don't like, though. But I just sent a message to their mom, like, hi, ho, run along with a doggy. I don't throw hands, I throw bodies. You still sucking mama's toddies, we are not the same. Bitch, I see you, I'll verbally beat you. Get a bucket of mop, clean up the spot where I shot your fucking ego in the face. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole fucking problem. Come and fuck around and find out about my mistletoe. You wanna get some? Come and get it. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole problem. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole fucking problem. Come and fuck around and find out about my mistletoe. You wanna get some? Come and get it. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole problem. I don't fire bombs, I fire missiles. I don't destroy homes, I destroy eagles. This beat wanna fuck, just a little. But I won't make her moan, I'll make her squawk like a seagull. Oh, what a shame you're not entertained. The thing is going, the honk is pumping. Raw dog a beat, like a bitch in heat, like a depressed teen. My words is cutting all. Look, you made a video. My God, I don't think you know. I will not apologize, just a rapper, yo. Ha ha, hee, ha ha ha. Only class I didn't fail in was drama. Bitch, you're tragic, my shit is magic. So go and cry to your mama. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole fucking problem. Come and fuck around and find out about my mistletoe. You wanna get some? Come and get it. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole problem. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole fucking problem. Come and fuck around and find out about my mistletoe. You wanna get some? Come and get it. I'm not problematic, I'm the whole problem. Yep.
Sorry about that. You know, just minding my own business, taking care of business over here. Ah! Interrupt you. Oh no, not again. Okay. Whoops. Is that muted? Okay. Fucking, am I muted? Why is my captioner not working? Damn. I said, am I muted? And why is my captioner not working? Let me try refreshing this thing. So, Joey Helpish. So Joey Helpish had given me permission. I said Helpish. Helpish. Yeah. Had given me permission to share his music, so I played the I'm Not Problematic song. I would try to remember to link that in the description of this video. Let me just go ahead and put that up in here. Yeah, had to take a break, ground myself, center myself. We've been reading a lot, going through a lot. Um, and shit, man. I think I will either keep reading what is the rest of what I have prepared, or just keep going. I might finish it out, or I'm gonna just keep going until I'm gonna just keep going. You know what I'm saying? And until I feel too tired or whatever, or I guess so. I think that is what we are about to do now. And so what I'm actually about to be doing also, just let me do something real quick over here. Um, oops. Okay. So what I'm about to be doing over here, fucking, is going through the closing decks, the last ones here. So oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen now, am I? My bad. Here we go. Let me share that. So fucking we are going to go through the market definition and market power closing deck, search advertising, sanctions, and summation. Unless I haven't looked at any of this shit yet. So if this is too long, I might not go through the search advertising, the whole thing. But it is the one I'm most interested in going through. So if it is not too long, I might actually go through it all. Um, I don't know how much I'm gonna go through the market definition and market power or the sanctions and summation ones, but we're definitely still gonna look at this shit. So, um, Okay. Well, the market definition, I think, well, this is the market definition and market power slide regarding market power and market privacy. So, regarding market definition, what they have here are the brown shoe factors. So it says these practical indicia of market boundaries may be viewed as evidentiary proxies for proof of substitutability and cross elasticities of supply and demand. And then it says industry or public recognition of the market is, so it lists the brown shoe factor. So one is industry or public recognition of the market. Another is the product's peculiar characteristics and uses. We have unique production facilities, sensitivity to price or quality changes, specialized vendors, distinct customers, distinct prices. So let's go into how contracts reveal market reality. And this is with Dr. Mark Israel, Google expert, Compass Lexicon. Question: Google said to the OEMs and to the carriers in the agreement, it's okay for you to put, we're not going to prohibit you from putting TikTok and Amazon and Facebook. We're not going to prohibit you from putting those on the devices, right? Answer: that's what they say. Question: right, but they do prohibit and cite exclusivity regarding general search agreements. Answer: yes. I mean, I have views on the why, but those aren't opinions I'm offering. And then it discusses Google recognizes general search. 84% desktop query share in the United States, 98% mobile query share in the United States. In regards to industry and public recognition, it says, why does search behavior differ? Market share for search engines in the USA. It isn't even close. And it has a graph. And Google, it's basically that shows the percentages as well. So Google has 88.43% of the market share. Bing has 6.21%. Yahoo 3.67. DuckDuckGo 1.29. Ecosia 0.13. Yandex has 0.07%. Wow. So, next of the brown shoe factors, we have the product's peculiar characteristics and uses. So regarding peculiar characteristics and uses, we have a quote from United States versus Grinnell Corporation. We see no barrier to combining in a single market a number of different products or services where that combination reflects commercial realities. Cannot read, my bad. And then next we have FTC versus Whole Foods. The fact that a customer might buy a stick of gum at a supermarket or at a convenience store does not mean there is no definable groceries market. In FTC versus Cisco Corporation, we have the most distinguishing feature of broadline distribution is its product breadth and diversity. The other distribution channels pale in comparison in terms of product breadth and diversity. In FTC versus Staples Inc., we have the quote, based on the court's observations, the court finds that the unique combination of size, selection, depth, and breadth of the inventory offered by the superstores distinguishes them from other retailers. So, regarding your one-stop shop, Sridhar Ramaswamy, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, former Neva CEO and founder, former Google SVP, Google Ads and Commerce. Answer: a general search engine is a place that you go to for the vast majority of your information needs. It is a little bit of a one-stop shop for all information needs. Dr. Hal Varian, Chief Economist of Google. Question: Google answers non-commercial queries because it hopes at some point the user will also type in a commercial query and Google can make some money off of it. Answer: something of that sort, yes. Question: well, exactly, right? Answer: yeah, okay. Oh, well, they admit it. Regarding peculiar characteristics and uses, Dr. Mark Israel, Google expert, Compass Lexicon. Question: there's a variety of information from a variety of places on the Google or Bing search engine result page. Is that right? Answer: that's fair. Regarding different experiences distinguished, Dr. Pandu Nayak, VP Search. Question: do you know if there's been a latency test against Google and TikTok? Answer: no, there wouldn't be a latency test because they're very different experiences. So, there can't be a latency test. Question. Do you do IS scores with TikTok? Answer. We can't do IS because it's a different experience. What is IS? Internet search? Do you do internet search scores? Or am I wrong? I honestly don't know what the fuck IS stands for here. Okay. We could Google it, but whatever. Brown shoe factors. Unique production facilities. So for unique facilities, all the critical elements of a Google search engine are unique. I think it's GSC's Google search engine. I could be wrong. Sophisticated crawler designed to build and maintain an index, a constantly updated index of the entire web, algorithms to receive unstructured queries and return the best results from the index, search engine results page with the results from the entire website. Oh, from the entire web. I don't know why I'm saying website. Why is my brain doing this? I feel like I'm like completing things when I shouldn't be. Anyway, regarding brown shoe factors, sensitivity to price or quality changes. Users insensitive to quality changes. WRT, the value of our product, specifically search. If Google were to disappear, people would just switch to Bing. If all search engines were to disappear, we would look like Borges Universal Library, but with no card catalog. Dr. Val, I just said Val, Dr. Hal Varian, chief economist. Question. This author considered a universal library that had all knowledge but no card catalog. Answer. Yes. Question. So there was no way to find anything. Answer. Right. Question. And so the comparison you're making here is if all general purpose search engines were to disappear, the world would look like Borges Universal Library, but with no card catalog, right? Answer. Right. Okay. Okay. So, regarding specialized vendors. So, what they're pointing out there was this is sensitive to quality change. Now, regarding specialized vendors, browsers distribute general search. So, for the brown shoe factors, we also have distinct customers and distinct prices. So, market definition, the brown shoe factors, the market definition, hypothetical monopolist test. So here we have quantitative HMT not required. So regarding Professor Michael Winston, plaintiff expert professor of economics and management at MIT, he said, and so, for me, I looked at many alternatives, both when I was looking at the search services side and when I was looking at the ad side, and came to the conclusion that those things would not prevent a hypothetical monopolist from exercising considerable market power. From Dr. Mark Israel, Google expert Compass Lexicon, we have, it is more normal than not that an expert doesn't do a full quantitative hypothetical monopolist test. So yeah, so that covers the agenda regarding Google has monopoly power to U.S. general search services market. Okay, so we'll look at market definition here, or let's see, is there anything else I should cover on market definition? Okay. And then let's look at market power. And we just read this quote here. The one thing on market power here would be, they were saying that they don't think this prevents a hypothetical monopolist from exercising considerable market power. So, yeah. They're basically like admitting that, that they could be fucking shit up, in my opinion. Okay, in a nutshell, big summary of what the fuck we just read here. So I was curious as to that. All right, now I'm most curious as to this search advertising. Oh, god damn it, 143 fucking pages? Oh, hell no, yep, nope, All right, let's see. Let's see here. What the fuck do I want to read here? Okay, so the slides cover revenue. It says mandatory and always on. It says no real market pressure. Rank ads suboptimally in exchange for more revenue. I don't know what the fuck code yellow means. And so with the agenda, we have Google has monopoly power in search ads and text ads. Search ads is a relevant product market. Text ads is a relevant product market. Google's price increase is harmed advertisers. Google failed to prove pro-competitive justifications. Honestly, I feel like everything that we've been reading and discussing so far, like we already like know what their arguments and thoughts are on most of this shit right already because we read the legal documents on all of this. It's just a presentation, I'm assuming. But what the fuck do they mean by code yellow? Okay. Alrighty, interesting. So let's look at this document. I am interested. Code yellow is a call for more revenue. Okay. Let's zoom in here. Let's zoom all the way in. Oh, this is good quality. So here, this is a Google 2019 document. We have a message from Darian Fisher, redacted at google.com. It's to Benedict Gomez. So these are Google employees, and we have Anil Sabharwal. I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. CC'd right here. And so then we have the subject for confidential search revenue code yellow. All right, here it says, "Hey Ben, would love to get your thoughts on this. I imagine Edge and the rise of Windows 10 is a significant factor here, especially with the recent holiday device sales. I will dig into what we are seeing on the Chrome side. I would love to get insight into what you see from your side and any thoughts you have on how we should approach this together. Thanks, Darren." Then we have from Jerry Disco. She is it close enough? Redacted at google.com. Fucking subject confidential, search revenue code yellow, and then it's got all of these bitches CC'd up on here, or it's true, all these people redacted. But Prabhakar Raghavan, I don't think I said that right, I'm so sorry. Philip Schindler, Ross Monroe, Cersei 2019, Surojit Chatterjee, I definitely didn't say that right, I'm so sorry. Ben Gomez, Anil Sabharwal, Darren Fisher, Nick Fox. I'm so sorry for everybody's names I said wrong. I don't think I said any of that right. My bad. Okay, and then it said, "Oh, Shiv and I are calling a code yellow for search revenue starting today. We've seen steady weakness in the daily numbers and are likely to end the quarter significantly behind if we don't turn things around. How dare we live if we're not still generating billions and billions of dollars? Atrocity." And then it says, "This is material non-public information, so please do not share this message broadly." I love how I'm sharing this message broadly right now. Fuck you bitches. And then it said, "We also pride ourselves in not asking our teams to worry about revenue, so please keep this message within this core team." Done. We'll keep it just between us, guys. And it said, "If we divide up the weakness, there are three contributing factors. One, search query growth is significantly behind forecasts, particularly on desktop. There is a chance that Chrome is a contributor to this weakness. Ben and Darren, we would like a single owner from the Search and Chrome teams to conduct urgent analysis to understand the nature of the weakness. Ben and Darren, please find us a fucking scapegoat or we will find someone to fucking fire." I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Number two, the timing of our revenue launches is slightly behind where it was last year. You know what? This is the fun part. Darshan Khanna. Oh, shit. I am so saying this. I am so sorry. Darshan Khantat and Sunita Verma will lead this work stream and the Code Yellow effort overall. Our top priority in this stream is to deliver quarter one revenue launches during February. Plus, Sarojit Chatterjee will need a lead from your team as well in the core team. And they're like, "Hey, and you gotta bring us a scapegoat too. We're gonna fuck your shit up also." I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's a joke. Or is it? Who knows? And then three, there are several advertiser-specific and sector weaknesses, including Redacted, U.S. financial services, and autos. Plus, Andy Miller will lead efforts on this workstream, working on advertiser sector analysis and sales program acceleration. But You're gonna be a scapegoat too if you don't bring me enough money, motherfucker. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. You know, I don't want to say that right anymore. I just realized that. Fuck. God damn it. No. Oh yeah, we didn't read the rest of the side. Okay. So that was this letter. Anyway, it was something that I am not joking about at all and take very seriously. And the rest of this side says, calling a code yellow for search revenue starting today. We've been steady weakness. I said we've been. It says we've seen. What the fuck? What am I doing? We've seen steady weakness in the daily numbers and are likely to end the quarter significantly behind if we don't turn things around. The timing of our revenue launches is slightly behind where it was last year. You know what's funny? I've got that little song in my head where it's like, back it up, you got it, put your hands up. And I know it's not what it's about, but in my head, it's just like when the numbers are falling, back it up, and it's just like not working. Put your hands up. I don't. What is wrong with me? Like the visual there. Okay, fucking but yeah. Let's see. What's the next thing on Code Yellow do we have? Okay. Oh, that was it. That was it. Alrighty. So yeah. Fuck it. Okay, there's too much more here, so we're not going to go through all the rest of that because fuck that. Nobody has time for that. So that was the search advertising closing deck. And so, yeah, the market definition of market power was from May to the 2nd, 2024. Now, the search advertising that we just looked at, as well as the last two we're about to look at here, these are all three from May 3rd, 2024. So next, let's look at closing deck sanctions. So regarding the sanctions here, oh, this is only 12. Okay, cool. Um, so yeah, this is from the closing statement regarding turn the history off. So regarding the history off by default, it shows we have a quote here from Kent Walker, Google's Chief Legal Office and President of Google Affairs. It says, as you know, Google continues to be in the midst of several significant legal and regulatory matters. We're an email and instant messaging culture. We conduct much of our work online. We believe that information is good, but anything you write can become subject to review and legal discovery, misconstrued, or taken out of context, and may be used against you or us in ways you wouldn't expect. We end up reviewing millions of pages of these communications as part of producing documents in regulatory and litigation matters, and we're working together to streamline and simplify that process. To help avoid inadvertent retention of instant messaging, we have SS messages, my bad. We have decided to make off the record the Google corporate default setting for Google Talk. I love how they're over here like, in order to cover our ass, we have decided we are going to erase extra evidence that might arise. Just kidding. So let's see. I kind of want to read this whole fucking thing. Fuck it. Or you know what? Do I? Okay, so you know what? I'm not gonna read. There's like a longer version of that message that I'm not gonna read that was sent. And then there was a reply from Matthew Drake to Bill Coughlin and Kent Walker. And the subject was business communications is a complicated road. That is a funny ass subject for let's hide the evidence. Yeah. Yeah, it's super complicated, isn't it? That's just like when people change your Facebook status to it's complicated. Bitch, it's over. You're done. Anyway, so fucking I'm sorry I said that. But am I lying? So do people even do that anymore? But it said, is there a way to override the corporate default settings so that all chats I'm part of are on the record by default? I rely pretty heavily on chat history from day-to-day work since it is used interchangeably with email, and I look up the same sorts of information I find in my email. Links, decisions we made, how to do things, etc. If the corporate default setting of off the record by default means that every single chat I'm a part of I'll need to go on the record for, that'll be a huge decrease in my productivity plus a ton of time spent clicking the same checkbox. This may make sense as a corporate default, but definitely not a default for myself. There is a Gmail chat setting around saving chat history in Gmail, but it's not clear whether this is the setting that controls the default value or whether chat history is accessible from within Gmail. If this is indeed the setting that needs to be marked as an on, so that all my chats are off the record or on the record, I want to make sure that it won't suddenly get turned off since I've explicitly changed the setting to be on. Now, this bitch said, fuck that shit, I need this shit to work. What the fuck are y'all doing? I love that for him. Anyway, so then it says Google turn history off, and we've got Dr. Pandu Nayak, VP of Search from Google, quoted here. Question: and from time to time, you ask people to turn history off before or during your chats. Answer: well, I've certainly done that because at the time there is a policy at Google to have history off. Question: Andy, answer: and I just want to be compliant with that policy. Question: you understood Google's policy was that history off for chats amongst Google's employees. Answer: yes. Regarding Google turn history off, now we have Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google. Question: as CEO, you knew that all Google employees, even those under a litigation hold, had their chats default to delete after 24 hours, correct? Answer: I was aware. When I became CEO, this is how it worked. This was not an area I was focused on. Yeah. Question: and as CEO, you never took any steps to change the policy to delete chats after 24 hours in order to ensure that Google was meeting its obligations to preserve documents for discovery. Answer: this was not a change. Yeah, that had came to my attention or what I considered. And then this next part is redacted regarding Google's anti-competitive intent. But it says, reminder of confidentiality. Everything shared in this training is strictly confidential and proprietary. Additionally, any written communication regarding revenue share and MADA should include legal and it has their name and their emails redacted, and request guidance. Mark content as confidential, attorney-client privilege. Oh shit. So yeah, placing that in context. You know what I'm saying? And then next up, we have the anti-competitive intent. So, regarding Google violated Rule 37, regarding what's uncontested is that Google failed to preserve chats. Google failed to take reasonable steps to preserve chats, and that they deleted chats irrecoverable. So, the plaintiffs proved prejudice as well as Google's intent. And then it says this is wrong. Regarding adverse inferences. 1. Presumption that deleted chats were unfavorable to Google regarding the intent behind and effect of Google's contracts. 2. Presumption that Google's proffered justifications are pretextual, meaning presumptions that we have reason to believe these bitches are lying and covering shit up. So, 3. Presumption that Google intended to maintain its monopoly. 4. Prohibition on argument by Google that the absence of evidence is evidence of its absence. 5. Any other relief that court finds proper. And then it goes into sanctions. So, yeah. Okay. And if you're watching the How to Start a Startup playlist, in a couple of the lectures, they've been talking about the concept of monopoly as if it's a good thing. And so in my reaction to that, I've been literally discussing, isn't that a fucked up thing? So, I'm marinating on that too. I feel like I need to process more on this connection here, right? In between the way, the education and the business schools teach people to be this way. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And then we have our last closing deck here on summation. So, I don't know, should I read all this? Yeah, I might read all this. So here it's regarding the plaintiff's closing statement. We have our section 2 that is cited here. And I'm assuming that's regarding the Sherman Antitrust Act or something. And then it says exclusivity and substantial foreclosure. It says, quote, the appellate, is it appellate or appellate? I don't know how to say it. I think I'm saying it different ways all the time, whatever. Okay, so the appellate court found that the JVM agreements were illegal because they had the effect of foreclosing a substantial portion of the field for JVM distribution and were without pro-competitive justification. The appellate court sustained liability for this action only upon a finding that the exclusivity provision in the JVM agreement foreclosed a substantial share of the market and thereby had a substantial effect upon the market. In the context of exclusive agreements, as the jury was instructed, such agreements are considered unreasonable restraints of trade when a significant fraction of buyers or sellers are foreclosed from the market for a non-transitory period of time. Then regarding substantial foreclosure is lost incentives. It goes into anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts. So questions Google, oh, and you know what? I'm going to just read these 6 things. List again the 6 items here. 1, prevent rivals from obtaining scale. 2, reduce incentives to invest. 3, prevent expansion of Safari suggestions. 4, payments disincentivize Apple entry. 5, right of first refusal disincentivizes Apple entry. 6, blunt nascent competition. So, questions Google can't answer. If defaults don't matter, why pay billions for them? If scale isn't valuable, why store and use so much data? If the ads market is competitive, how can Google raise prices at will? If Google's actions are pro-competitive, why systematically hide and destroy significant documents? Questions Google can't answer. If scale isn't valuable, why store and use so much data? If the ads market is competitive, how can Google raise prices at will? Oh, I'm just repeating shit. My bad. Whatever, fuck it. If Google's actions are pro-competitive, why systematically hide and destroy significant documents? Okay, my bad. I didn't realize I was repeating. I'm in like autopilot. Okay, so going back to this top thing. If defaults don't matter, why pay billions for them? Keeping going here. I think that's what we're on now. So, history repeats itself, applying Microsoft. So, here we have a quote from the United States versus Microsoft Corporation around 2001. It says, by ensuring that the majority of all AIP subscribers are offered, i.e., either as the default browser or as the only browser, Microsoft's deals with the AIPs clearly have a significant effect on preserving its monopoly. They help keep usage of Navigator below the critical level necessary for Navigator or any other rival to pose a real threat to Microsoft's monopoly. Where it says Google, it says by ensuring that all of Android, Apple, and Mozilla users are offered Google either as the default general search engine or as the only general search engine, Google's deals with Android partners, Apple, and Mozilla clearly have a significant effect in preserving its monopoly. They help keep usage of Bing below the critical level necessary for Bing or any other rival to pose a real threat to Google's monopoly. Questions Google can't answer. We're now going to focus on if scale isn't viable, why store and use so much data? Regarding scale and quality, you have some quotes here. So, using more data, even noisy data, is always better than using less data. Can we scale up machine learning models to be better than NavBoost? We need a more thorough study of this. But as far as I can tell, none of these deep learning models are as powerful as NavBoost. So I'm assuming that these are quotes from redacted emails here. Where these documents or source material that these quotes are coming from are redacted on this side. So then next it says, but most of the knowledge that powers Google, that makes it magical, comes from the minds of users. As people interact with search, they teach us. For example, a click here means the image was better than the web result. A long gaze there means the knowledge card was interesting. We log these actions, and then scoring teams extract lessons, small and big. Not just one ranking system learns from search logs. Learning from logs is the main mechanism behind ranking. In addition to traditional systems, all major machine learning systems for ranking rely on logs. RankBrain, RankEmbed, DeepRank. Web ranking is only a part of search, but many search features use web results to understand what a query is about and trigger accordingly. And then we're continuing here with our anti-competitive effects of Google's distribution contracts. And then we're moving into, if the ads market is competitive, how can Google raise prices at will? Regarding questions Google can't answer. Also, if Google's actions are pro-competitive, why systematically hide and destroy significant documents? So, Google on winner takes all results. They say we are worrying about a couple of different things. The person at the top always winning, and so they now have an incentive to lower their ad quality. They also will. They will start lowering their price, but they will lower their ad quality because they can win. Both of those. The other thing that helps is the people below who are also continually bidding in these auctions. They're never winning. So they lower or don't work or try to innovate as hard to try to win as well. And then regarding Section 2, I'm assuming this is Sherman Antitrust Act. We're moving into balancing what Google did. And oh yeah, I forgot to say that previous quote was from Google closing argument. My bad. That last quote was from Google's closing argument. Okay. And then next we have from Sridhar Ramaswamy. I don't think I'm saying that right. I forgot what he does, but he does something at Google if I remember correctly. I don't think I'm saying his name right. My bad. And we have a quote here from him, and it says, and so that's the net effect of the blank redacted of the payments. I guess they might go. I don't know. They basically freeze the ecosystem in place effectively. So yeah. And then here in the appendix, we have another quote here. It says, generative AI models do not eliminate need for scale. So from Sridhar Ramaswamy, and he's the Neva CEO and founder, former Google SVP Ads and Commerce, or something like that. Whatever. Okay, question. Does AI eliminate the importance of behavioral data in trying to figure out what the user is looking for? Answer. AI lets you do, as I said, things like summarization, presenting a single answer in ways that honestly search engines of old could not do. But the middle problem of figuring out what are the most relevant pages for a given query in a given context still benefits enormously from query click information. And it's absolutely not the case that AI models eliminate or supplant that need. And then it goes into justification burdens. It says defendant bears the burden of demonstrating benefits, and it cites FTC versus Meta platforms. And it says benefits must be in market, and that benefits must be pro-competitive and non-pretextual. And then it says the defendant must demonstrate that the benefits are not attainable through less restrictive alternatives. And it also says plaintiff must demonstrate that any unrebutted benefits are outweighed by anti-competitive harm. And it cites some legal cases. So yeah, fucking okay. And we're seeing how that shit did not happen. Okay, alright. So they're making their case. I see what they did there. Okie dokie. Was that the summations? That was it, right? Yeah. Okay, we did that thing. We did. Woo! Finally, here now. This shit took forever. Forever, guys. Woo! Proud of you. Okay. So, moving on. I think we've gone through everything. And next up, what we're gonna do is, there's more documents on here, but I'm definitely not covering all that shit. I've already covered enough. God damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit. You know what? I don't think I covered the initial complaint, though. Oh, did I cover this? Huh. No, I totally started with the pretrial brief. Okay. The last thing I'm going to cover the complaint, the introduction of the complaint real quick. I probably should have totally covered that first, but you know what? I didn't think to. Whatever. So, fuck it. Now that we've been processing like all of these legal arguments, some of the evidence that has come out in this case, the case law, the facts, and all of that. Now let's just take it back to the complaint. Fuck it. And we're not. I don't think we're gonna read this whole thing. No, we're just gonna look at the complaint, the beginning of the complaint. Let me see. I think I'll look. We're not gonna go through the nature of the action and all of that. Ooh, or maybe I should. Ah, fuck it. God damn it. You know what? Honestly, I think we should do it. Okay. But this is a 64-page back document. I kind of want to read the whole thing. I think I'm going to do this in another live stream. Yeah, I know that might not make sense, but I'm going to process all of this and then we're going to come back to the initial complaint in my next live stream on this situation. That's what we're going to do. Okay. So, and then I'll also cover anything that I don't get to today. But what I do think I'm going to do is maybe just keep going for about like just until I get too tired. And we'll just keep going and cover as much as I can right now. And then we're going to come back to it again. And I'll cover the complaint. And we'll go over more about it. And I will also I was looking for some videos because I think that would be a great way for me to process it. I love to react and watch videos, but yeah, so I'll see if I can find some better video content to cover as well, I think. All right, so from the Office of Public Affairs, we have an article here regarding how Justice Department sues Google for monopolizing digital advertising technology. So this entire court case document thing, the initial filings happened in 2023, and now we're here in 2024. And so a lot has been happening. So this article was written in January 2023. And so a lot has come out that we know about from those documents that, was not obviously like putting that in context of the timeline. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But anyway, so it says through serial acquisitions and should I make this bigger? Yeah, make this a little bigger. Okay. So through serial acquisitions and anti-competitive auction manipulation, Google subverted competition in internet advertising technologies. Today, the Justice Department, along with the Attorneys General of California, Colorado, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Virginia, filed a civil antitrust suit against Google for monopolizing multiple digital advertising technology products in violations of Sections 1 and 2 of the Sherman Act. Filed in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, the complaint alleges that Google monopolizes key digital advertising technologies, collectively referred to as the ad tech stack, that website publishers depend on to sell ads and that advertisers rely on to buy ads and reach potential customers. Website publishers use ad tech tools to generate advertising revenue that supports the creation and maintenance of a vibrant open web, providing the public with unprecedented access to ideas, artistic expression, information, goods, and services. Through the monopolization lawsuit, the Justice Department and state attorneys general seek to restore competition in these important markets and obtain equitable and monetary relief on behalf of the American public. As alleged in the complaint, over the past 15 years, Google has engaged in a course of anti-competitive and exclusionary conduct that consisted of neutralizing or eliminating ad tech competitors through acquisitions, wielding its dominance across digital advertising markets to force more publishers and advertisers to use its products and thwarting the ability to use competing products. In doing so, Google cemented its dominance in tools relied on by website publishers and online advertisers, as well as the digital advertising exchange that runs ad auctions. Today's complaint alleges that Google has used anti-competitive, exclusionary, and unlawful conduct to eliminate or severely diminish any threat to its dominance over digital advertising technologies, said Attorney General Merrick B. Garland. No matter the industry and no matter the company, the Justice Department will vigorously enforce our antitrust laws to protect consumers, safeguard competition, and ensure economic fairness and opportunity for all. The complaint filed today alleges a pervasive and systemic pattern of misconduct through which Google sought to consolidate market power and starve off free market competition, said Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco. In pursuit of outsized profits, Google has caused great harm to online publishers and advertisers and American consumers. This lawsuit marks an important milestone in the department's efforts to hold big technology companies accountable for violations of the antitrust laws. The department's landmark action against Google underscores our commitment to fighting the abuse of market power, said Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta. We allege that Google has captured publishers' revenue for its own profits and punished publishers who sought out alternatives. Those actions have weakened the free and open internet and increased advertising costs for businesses and for the United States government, including for our military. Not the military. I'm just kidding. And then it says, why does the military need to be running ad? Okay, and then it says today's lawsuits seek to hold Google to account for its long-standing monopolies in digital advertising technologies that content creators use to sell ads and advertisers use to buy ads on the open internet, said Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor of the Justice Department's Antitrust Division. Our complaint sets forth detailed allegations explaining how Google engaged in 15 years of sustained conduct that had and continues to have the effect of driving out rivals, diminishing competition, inflating advertising costs, reducing revenues for news publishers and content creators, snuffing out innovation, and harming the exchange of information and ideas in the public spheres. Google now controls the digital tools that nearly every major website publisher uses to sell ads on their websites, Publisher Ad Server. It controls the dominant advertiser tool that helps millions of large and small advertisers buy ad inventory, Advertiser Ad Network, and it controls the largest advertising exchange, Ad Exchange, a technology that runs real-time auctions to match buyers and sellers of online advertising. And then it has a graphic here. Let's zoom in. So with this graphic, it shows the sell side inventory. We have our website publishers here. They publish to the ad server, known as DoubleClick for Publishers or Google. That's more than 90% market share. And so this puts in a bid request, and then with the ad exchange, they provide a bid response. And here we have the Google Ad Exchange, which is greater than about a 50% market share. And then they give a bid request and get a bid response from Google Ads, which is the buy side demand. And you have 80% market share here. Advertiser Ad Network, small and large advertisers. Then we have our advertisers here. Or we have the demand side platform. So we have the bid request and bid response here, such as Display and Video 360. And so we have agencies and large advertisers here, typically. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So, and then, After that, um, it goes into Google's anti-competitive conduct has included acquiring competitors, engaging in a pattern of acquisitions to obtain control over key digital advertising tools used by website publishers to sell advertising space, forcing adoption of Google's tools, locking in website publishers to its newly acquired tools by restricting its unique must-have advertiser demand to its ad exchange, and in turn, conditioning effective real-time access to its ad exchange on the use of its publisher ad server, distorting auction competition, limiting real-time bidding on publisher inventory to its ad exchange, and impeding rival ad exchanges' ability to compete on the same terms as Google's ad exchange, and auction manipulation, manipulating auction mechanics. Is it mechanics? My bad. Manipulating auction mechanics across several of its products to include insulate shit. I can't speak. Let's try it one more time. One more time with feeling. Manipulating auction mechanics across several of its products to insulate Google from competition, deprive rivals of scale, and halt shit. I'm about to say half and halt the rise of rival technologies. As a result of its illegal monopoly, and by its own estimates, Google pockets on average more than 30% of the advertising dollars that flow through its digital advertising technology products. For some transactions and for certain publishers and advertisers, it takes far more. Google's anti-competitive conduct has suppressed alternative technologies, hindering their adoption by publishers, advertisers, and rivals. The Sherman Act embodies America's enduring commitment to the competitive process and economic liberty. For over a century, the Department has enforced the antitrust laws against unlawful monopolists to unfetter markets and restore competition. To redress Google's anti-competitive conduct, the Department seeks both equitable relief on behalf of the American public, as well as treble damages for losses suffered. It says sustained, my bad, for losses sustained by federal government agencies that overpaid for web display advertising. That is hilarious to me. This enforcement action marks the first monopolization case in approximately half a century. I am burping over here, in which the department has sought damages for a civil antitrust violation. And I'm like trying to suppress it, so I'm weird. Okay. In 2020, the Justice Department filed a civil antitrust suit against Google for monopolizing search and search advertising, which are different markets from the digital advertising technology markets at issue in the lawsuit filed today. The Google search litigation is scheduled for trial in September 2023. Google is a limited liability company, organized and existing under the laws of the state of Delaware, with headquarters in Mountain View, California. Google's global network businesses generated approximately $31.7 billion in revenues in 2021. Google is owned by Alphabet Inc., a publicly traded company incorporated and existing under the laws of the state of Delaware and headquartered in Mountain View, California. So yeah, and we just read that from the Department of Justice here. And then next up, we've got a little video from CBS News regarding how Google maintained illegal search engine monopoly, or so the judge ruled. So let's check that out here.
A federal judge has ruled against Google in a major antitrust case. A federal judge has ruled against Google in a major antitrust case. It says the company acted illegally to maintain a monopoly of its search engine. For more, CBS News legal contributor and Loyola Law School professor.
I love how they're saying Loyola Law School professor. Is that New Orleans? I don't know. But okay, there's different Loyolas. Okay, so fucking yeah, the captioner is not working for me on this. Like, it was giving me the wrong. I'm gonna try again. Okay, let's go. It was giving me the wrong captions for what the fuck is being said, so that's annoying. But yeah, let's
Jessica Levinson joins us now. Jessica, good to see you. I think the numbers I saw were that Google has, what, 90% of the online searches overall and 95% if you're talking mobile. And the Justice Department is basically saying that they're charging these artificially high prices and getting lazy about searches and not really investing because everybody uses them anyway. Is that right?
That's exactly right. That they are engaging in a monopoly here, that they're violating antitrust laws because they're boxing out competitors when it comes to their search engines, that they are paying billions of dollars to Apple, to Samsung to say, make us the automatic, the default search engine on your browser, on your smartphone. And that by doing that, they're boxing out the competition, that nobody else can basically scale up and compete with Google when it comes to that search engine capacity. And so this is a case that deeply affects our ability to get information and how we get information. This is separate from, although, as you said, somewhat related to, it's separate from a different action dealing with Google and how it shows ads. And it, again, trying to box out competitors with respect.
Okay, so yeah. So it looks like the court documents I read were more focused on the search aspect of Google's monopoly, right? So there's also, as she's saying, like I've been like, so from the last live stream and from what she's just said too, if I understand correctly, there's two different, I don't know if it's two different aspects to this case or if there's two different cases on Google right now, but I feel like I am processing and hearing in these sources a discussion of different applications of the monopoly as it relates to the advertising side and the search engine side. So I think, that's interesting and wild to me. But yeah, fucking on the screen of their presentation that they show here from Judge Amit Mehta, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, they ruled that Google maintained illegal search engine monopoly. This is from August 5th, right here on this slide, but then and the CBS published this 3 months ago. It said, after having carefully considered and weighed the witness testimony and evidence, the court reaches the following conclusion. Google is a monopolist, and it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly. So yeah. Okay, let's keep going with the rest of what they say.
To advertising.
I'm going to make myself feel old here, but I feel like it's not the first monopoly case over browsers. There was Netscape, there was Internet Explorer. So we've dealt with, I know they're different, but we've dealt with this.
Yeah, with Internet Explorer, I think that's what they're citing with the Microsoft case a lot.
A little bit before. How does this affect, how will it potentially affect other tech companies?
I think we're the same. That question indicates to me that we're of the same vintage when it comes to using these search options. So how will it affect other cases? What I will say is that this is big legally, and it also has a big psychological impact in the sense that it is in my mind, the first really big case under Section 2 of the Sherman Act. This is that Antitrust Act that we've been using for decades and decades now, initially meant to break up big oil.
Okay, so there's another slide here, and they got a quote here, and it's from the Attorney General Garland on Google antitrust ruling, and the quote said, "This victory against Google is a historic win for the American people. No company, no matter how large or influential, is above the law. The Justice Department will continue to vigorously enforce our antitrust laws."
It's really the first big case in a quarter century, and it's the first big case where the Department of Justice won against a big tech giant in the internet age. So when it comes to other FTC actions, other Department of Justice actions, another one we talked about against Google, others against Apple, I think that it will make a difference for those cases.
Vintage is a much better word than old. I do like that. So I'm gonna steal it, I think. Does this mean anything for Google? I mean, everybody's trying to dominate AI right now. Does this mean anything for Google's quest to beat everybody else in AI?
It's a great question. I think what it is saying basically is be careful about getting too big, be careful about trying to box out competitors. Everybody is trying to, as you said, be the dominant force when.
And so in the live stream that I did where I was reacting to Alex Schultz from the vice president of Facebook, his lecture on growth, he was literally discussing in that live stream how he and Facebook were trying to build a monopoly. So I feel like that lecture in and of itself could get used against Facebook or Meta if it ever came to them being sued for a monopoly. Am I wrong or for that? Like in context of this, for thinking that? But that's what I'm thinking of right now is what is being taught in our business schools. You know what I'm saying? Because this is how people are being raised. Like you should go form a monopoly. That was literally what was being taught 10 years ago in business. People told to do. So now we're seeing the downfall of that. So then it's like, how the fuck are you gonna be in college and you're doing what the fuck the professors told you to do, and now it's some shit that's gonna get you arrested? You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta think about that shit. Like systemic institutionalization of the education isn't always good for you. You know what I mean? Like, just because you got a degree doesn't mean you're going to leave college with knowing how to ethically execute business. And I think that's something a lot of people don't consider. You know what I mean? Just to reflect.
When it comes to AI. And this decision by Judge Maida is saying, be careful about how you try and gobble up the market share. And so AI actually could be a way of reducing Google's market share if other competitors are able to flourish in this area. But absolutely great question. And this is where we're all going next, right? Which is it was search engines today, it'll be advertising tomorrow, and then it'll be AI.
And then, so where does this case head next? Does this eventually end up in the Supreme Court?
I think it absolutely could. I mean, in the short term, with respect to this case, Judge Maida has to decide what the remedy is. There will be a separate remedy phase, and then it will be appealed. And
So right here, it's got a quote from Kent Walker, who's the president of Global Affairs. Maybe at Google. I think he's at Google. And it's it's a statement from Google and the antitrust ruling. And the quote says, "This decision recognizes that Google offers the best search engine, but concludes that we shouldn't be allowed to make it easily available." I love how they basically say that if we're not allowed to make it impossible for others to compete with us, then you're not making it easily available. Like what? I I am so confused by that logic. You know what I mean?
this is the type of case, frankly, where I think you could see the Supreme Court step in for this reason. We're talking about a very old federal law, and we're talking about relatively, again, given our vintage, relatively new technology. This is the type of case where the Supreme Court will say to a judge and or circuit courts, you're right, you're on the right track. This new technology can apply to this old law, or no, that's not what we meant. Congress, if you want to tackle this, go ahead and go back and write new legislation for a new age.
Fascinating to talk about, and thanks for joining us on short notice to give us such an interesting breakdown of everything. Jessica, appreciate it.
Whoops, I'm muted. So yeah, I am interested into what will be happening, like with the progression of this case. You know, if more things come out of all of this, of course I will be covering, updating on it. So next up here from NPR, we got an article. It's titled "Google Loses Massive Antitrust Case Over Its Search Dominance," and it's from the Associated Press. So I guess it's syndicated onto NPR from the Associated Press here. It's written and updated, or it was updated August 5th, 2024. Let's zoom in a bit. Um, is there, why isn't there like a bottom thingy that lets me scroll around? Whatever. Fucking, so yeah. It says, a judge on Monday ruled that Google's ubiquitous search engine has been illegally exploiting its dominance to squash competition and stifle innovation in a seismic decision that could shake up the internet and hobble one of the world's best-known companies. The highly anticipated decision, issued by U.S. District Judge Amit Meta, I am so sorry if I said that wrong, I think I did, comes nearly a year after the start of a trial pitting the U.S. Justice Department against Google in the country's biggest antitrust showdown in a quarter century. After reviewing reams of evidence that include testimony from top executives at Google, Microsoft, and Apple during last year's 10-week trial, Meta issued his potentially market-shifting decision 3 months after the two sides presented their closing arguments in early May. After having carefully considered and weighed the witness testimony and evidence, the court reaches the following conclusion. Google is a monopolist, and it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly, Meta wrote in his 277-page ruling. He said Google's dominance in the search market is evidence of its monopoly. Google enjoys an 89.2% share of the market for general search services, which increases to 94.9% on mobile devices, the ruling said. It represents a major setback for Google and its parent, Alphabet Inc., which has steadfastly argued that its popularity stemmed from consumers' overwhelming desire to use a search engine so good at what it does it has become synonymous with looking things up online. Google's search engine currently processes an estimated 8.5 billion queries per day worldwide, nearly doubling its daily volume from 12 years ago, according to a recent study released by the investment firm Bond. Kent Walker, Google's president of global affairs, said the company intends to appeal Meta's findings. This decision recognizes that Google offers the best search engine, but concludes that we shouldn't be allowed to make it easily available. For now, the decision vindicates antitrust regulators at the Justice Department, which filed its lawsuit nearly 4 years ago while Donald Trump was still president, and has been escalating in efforts to rein in big tech's power during President Joe Biden's administration. This victory against Google is an historic win for the American people, said Attorney General Merrick Garland. No company, no matter how large or influential, is above the law. The Justice Department will continue to vigorously enforce our antitrust laws. The Justice Department argued that Google's monopoly enabled artificially high prices. The case depicted Google as a technological bully that methodically has thwarted competition to protect a search engine that has become the centerpiece of a digital advertising machine that generated nearly $240 billion in revenue last year. Justice Department lawyers argued that Google's monopoly enabled it to charge advertisers artificially high prices while also enjoying the luxury of not having to invest more time and more money into improving the quality of its search engine, a lax approach that hurt consumers. Meta's ruling focused on the billions of dollars Google spends every year to install its search engine as the default option on new cell phones and tech gadgets. In 2021 alone, Google spent more than $26 billion to lock in those default agreements, Meta said in his ruling. Google ridiculed those allegations, noting that consumers have historically changed search engines when they become disillusioned with the results they were getting. For instance, Yahoo, now a minor player on the internet, was the most popular search engine during the 1990s, before Google came along. Meta said that evidence at trial showed the importance of the default settings. He noted that Microsoft's Bing search engine has 80% share of the search market on Microsoft Edge browser. The judge said that shows other search engines can be successful if Google is not locked in as the predetermined default option. Still, Meta credited the quality of Google's product as an important part of its dominance as well, saying flatly that Google is widely recognized as the best general search engine available in the United States. The Consumer Choice Center, a lobbying group that has fought other attempts to rein in businesses, decried Meta's decision as a step in the wrong direction. The United States is drifting toward the anti-tech posture of the European Union, a part of the world that makes almost nothing and penalizes successful American companies for their popularity, said Yale Osowski, I can't pronounce that, the center's deputy director. I have a lot of thoughts about this shit these bitches are saying, but you know what? I'm just gonna keep going because I just want to process for right now. Okay, and it said, what changes or penalties should be imposed? Meta's conclusion that Google has been running an illegal monopoly sets up another legal phase to determine what sorts of changes or penalties should be imposed to reverse the damage done and restore a more competitive landscape. The potential outcome could result in a wide-ranging order requiring Google to dismantle some of the pillars of its internet empire or prevent it from shelling out billions annually to ensure its search engine automatically answers queries on the iPhone and other internet-connected devices. After the next phase, the judge could conclude only modest changes are required to level the playing field. Google's loss in its search antitrust trial could be a huge deal, depending on the remedy, said eMarketer senior analyst Evelyn Mitchell-Wolfe. A forced divestiture of the search business would sever Alphabet from its largest source of revenue, but even losing its capacity to strike exclusive default agreements could be detrimental for Google. Its ubiquity is its biggest strength, especially as competition heats up among AI-powered search alternatives. Regardless, she added, a drawn-out appeals process would delay any immediate effects for both consumers and advertisers. Lee Hepner, senior legal counsel for the American Economic Liberties Project, believes the tenor of Meta's ruling makes it likely the judge will decide to prohibit Google from making default search deals and may even look at separating some of its different lines of business. The appeals process could take as long as 5 years, predicted George Hay, a law professor at Cornell University, who was the chief economist for the Justice Department's Antitrust Division for most of the 1970s. That lengthy process will enable Google to fend off the likelihood of Meta banning default search agreements, Hay said, but it likely won't shield the company from class action lawsuits citing the judge's findings that advertisers were gouged with monopolistic pricing. Here's how Microsoft and Apple could be affected. If there is a significant shakeup, it could turn out to be a coup for, is it coup? Coup. Why am I saying, why do I pronounce the P? It's not without the P, right? You just say coup. Okay, my bad. Is it cuckoo? Is there a significant if there is a significant shakeup, it could turn out to be a coup for Microsoft, whose own power was undermined during the late 1990s when the Justice Department targeted the software maker in an antitrust lawsuit, accusing it of abusing the dominance of its Windows operating system on personal computers to lock out competition. That Microsoft case mirrored the one brought against Google in several ways, and now the result could also echo similarly. Just as Microsoft's bruising antitrust battle created distractions and obstacles that opened up more opportunities for Google after its 1998 inception, the decision against Google could be a boon for Microsoft, which already has a market value of more than $3 trillion. At one time, Alphabet was worth more than Microsoft, but now trails its rival with a market value of about $2 trillion. If Meta decides to limit or ban Google's search deals, it could squeeze Apple's profits too. Although parts of its decision were redacted to protect confidential business information, Meta noticed that Google paid Apple an estimated $20 billion in 2022, doubling from 2020. The judge also noted Apple has periodically considered building its own search technology, but backed off that after a 2018 analysis estimated the company would lose more than $12 billion in revenue during the first 5 years after a breakup with Google. Google's payments have helped Apple's steadily growing services division, which generated $85 billion in revenue during the company's last fiscal year. Apple didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. The Justice Department's Antitrust Division has recently taken on some of the biggest companies in the world. It sued Apple in March and in May announced a sweeping lawsuit against Ticketmaster and its owner, Live Nation Entertainment. Antitrust enforcers have also opened investigations into the roles Microsoft, Nvidia, and OpenAI have played in the artificial intelligence boom. You know what? I'll have to look into the Ticketmaster Live Nation. Antitrust. Okay, write that down. Alrighty. And then it says, the Biden administration has won some big cases, including blocking mergers of some of the world's biggest publishers, as well as JetBlue Airways and Spirit Airlines. It's also had some notable setbacks, including in the sugar and healthcare industries. Google faces several other legal threats, both in the US and abroad. In September, a federal trial is scheduled to begin in Virginia over the Justice Department's allegations that Google's advertising technology constitutes an illegal monopoly. That's the end of this article. Okie dokie. Then,
and we turn now.
That autoplayed here. Well, this is a 20-minute, it's about 18-minute, not 20, about an 18-minute video here from an important company here on US versus Google inside the biggest tech antitrust trial in decades. Now, I did want to originally cover this all in this context, but I think I could give this a better commentary reaction if I cover it on a different video. So we're going to hold off on this one for next time. I might cover these two together. I'm not sure how long this would take me to do. So I'll see how this ends up working. So this might not happen the exact next time, but I'm gonna cover it later. Okay, but anyway. So next up, I'll read this one right now from Bloomberg Law. We have an article here about, it's called Department of Justice, Mulls, Google Breakup, Push After Landmark Antitrust Win. And it's from August 14th, 2024. So here it says antitrust enforcers soliciting input from outside companies. Judge ruled Alphabet unit monopolized online search ads. A bid to break up Alphabet Inc.'s Google is one of the options being considered by the Justice Department after a landmark court ruling found that the company monopolized the online search market, according to the people with knowledge of the deliberations. You know what's funny is I thought the whole point of making Alphabet was so that they wouldn't be a monopoly. You know what I mean? Because they would be having the different companies for the thingy. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Okay. And it says the move would be Washington's first push to dismantle a company for illegal monopolization since unsuccessful efforts to break up Microsoft Corp 2 decades ago. Less severe options include forcing Google to share more data with competitors and measures to prevent it from gaining an unfair advantage in AI products, said the people, who asked not to be identified, discussing private conversations. Alphabet shares were down 3.8% at 10:13 a.m. in New York, the most since August 5th, when a federal judge ruled the company has an illegal monopoly in the search market. Okay, fuck it. Let's see. How long is this? Oh, this is real quick. Let's just watch this. Fuck it. We're going to turn closed captions on. And we're going to do full screen. And I'm going to watch this little video. Huh. It's not letting me do full screen.
fear that we might end up with proposals that are a Rube Goldberg machine of various little measures, of various attempts to deal with the control points that Google has. There is no question that the tentacles have gone deep in multiple control points. And unless we address those choke points, then we are not finding a solution. Redlining a contract prohibiting exclusivity is not an answer. So breakup is difficult, but there are precedents in the US. Of course, you have done ATT, the most significant precedent there. And it unleashed competition and innovation. Of course, there will be massive challenges because Google will not take this line down. There will be possibly years of challenge. But fundamentally, you have an ecosystem in which you have YouTube and Google Search, which are the two most important websites that people actually use. And then you have the same company owning the most important browser, Chrome. And if you allow all of that to be under the same umbrella, the incentive of this company are continually to use all of these pieces of the technology to favor itself, to drive revenues to itself in ways that cement their monopoly continually forevermore without allowing anyone to come in. Microsoft offered 20 billion over 5 years.
Yeah, fucking the whole thing there breaking up the antitrust thing, that is wild, man. Sorry, I forgot to fucking mute my microphone, so sorry if there was an echo there. Alrighty, so you know what? Maybe I should zoom in. My bad. I should zoom out too much. Zoom back in. Okay, so from here it says, regardless, the government will likely seek a ban on the type of exclusive contracts that are at the center of its case against Google. If the Justice Department pushes ahead with a breakup plan, the most likely units for divestment are the Android operating system and Google's web browser Chrome, said the people. Officials are also looking at trying to force a possible sale of AdWords, the platform the company uses to sell text advertising, one of the people said. The Justice Department's discussions have intensified in the wake of Judge Amit Mehta's August 5th ruling that Google illegally monopolized the markets of online search and search text ads. Google has said it will appeal that decision, but Meta has ordered both sides to begin plans for the second phase of the case, which will involve the government's proposals for restoring competition, including a possible breakup request. What's at stake in Google antitrust ruling? Quick take. A Google spokesman declined to comment on the possible remedy. A Justice Department spokeswoman also declined to comment. The U.S. plan will need to be accepted by Meta, who will direct the company to comply. A forced breakup of Google would be the biggest of a U.S. company since AT&T was dismantled in the 1980s. Justice Department attorneys who have been consulting with companies affected by Google's practices have raised concerns in their discussions that the company's search dominance gives it advantages in developing artificial intelligence technology, the people said. As part of a remedy, the government might seek to stop the company from forcing websites to allow their content to be used for some of Google's AI products in order to appear in search results. Breakup. Divesting the Android operating system, used on about 2.5 billion devices worldwide, is one of the remedies that's been most frequently discussed by Justice Department attorneys, according to the people. In his decision, Meta found that Google requires device makers to sign agreements to gain access to its apps like Gmail and the Google Play Store. Those agreements also require that Google Search Widget and Chrome browser be installed on devices in such a way they can't be deleted, effectively preventing other search engines from competing, he found. Meta's decision follows a verdict by a California jury in December that found the company monopolized Android app distribution. A judge in that case hasn't yet decided on relief. The Federal Trade Commission, which also enforces antitrust laws, filed a brief in that case this week and said in a statement that Google shouldn't be allowed to reap the rewards of illegal monopolization. Google paid as much as $26 billion to companies to make its search engine the default on devices and in web browsers, with $20 billion of that going to Apple Inc. Meta's ruling also found Google monopolized the advertisements that appear at the top of a search results page to draw users to websites, known as search text ads. Those are sold via Google Ads, which was rebranded from AdWords in 2018 and offers marketers a way to run ads against certain search keywords related to their business. About 2/3 of Google's total revenue comes from search ads, amounting to more than $100 billion in 2020, according to testimony from last year's trial. If the Justice Department doesn't call for Google to sell off AdWords, it could ask for interoperability requirements that would make it work seamlessly on other search engines, the people said. Data access. Another option would require Google to divest or license its data to rivals such as Microsoft's Bing or DuckDuckGo. Meta's ruling found that Google's contracts ensure not only that its search engine gets the most user data, 16 times as much as its next closest competitor, but that data stream also keeps its rivals from improving their search results and competing effectively. Europe's recent enacted digital gatekeeper rules impose a similar requirement that Google make available some of its data to third-party search engines. The company has said publicly that sharing data can pose user privacy concerns, so it only makes available information on searches that meet certain thresholds. Requiring monopolists to allow rivals to have some access to technology has been a remedy in previous cases. In the Justice Department's first case against AT&T in 1956, the company was required to provide royalty-free licenses to its patents. In the antitrust case against Microsoft, the settlement required the Redmond, Washington tech giant to make some of its so-called application programming interfaces, or APIs, available to third parties for free. APIs are used to ensure that software programs can effectively communicate and exchange data with each other. AI products. For years, websites have allowed Google's web crawler access to ensure they appear in a company's search results. But more recently, some of that data has been used to help Google develop its AI. Last fall, Google created a tool to allow websites to block scraping for AI after companies complained. But that opt-out doesn't apply to everything. In May, Google announced that some searches will now come with AI overviews, narrative responses that spare people the task of clicking through various links. I fucking hate the AI overview, okay? But that's a whole nother fucking story. It says the AI-powered panel appears underneath queries, presenting summarized information drawn from Google search results from across the web. And what's even worse is like the things that the AI summary links to doesn't fucking show you the fucking thing the AI summary says, and that's what pisses me off the most. Anyway, okay, so Google doesn't allow website publishers to opt out of appearing in AI overviews, since those are a feature of search, not a separate product. Websites can block Google from using snippets, but that applies to both search and the AI overviews. While AI overviews only appear on a fraction of searches, the feature's rollout has been rocky after some excerpts offered embarrassing suggestions, like advising people to eat rocks or to put glue on pizza. Updates with shares trending lower in the third paragraph. Oh, I guess right here they meant to put a paragraph here because then it ends. Huh, I don't know. And then it has a contact information for reporters on this story. And that looks like it's it. Okie dokie. Oops, I accidentally screwed up my caption. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. So, it has been a long live stream. We've covered a lot. We didn't cover everything. So what I think we want to do is cover the rest of the source material that I had prepped in another live stream. So I will be moving the links for what I did not cover today from this description to the description where I do cover that material. That will happen. So if you see anything get moved around, it's just going to go into where I cover it. Um, but yeah, so we got I got 6 more blogs that I'd like to read on it. I definitely think I do want to read. Um, I'll take a look at the complaint before I stream it, but from just having glanced at it before, I do think I might want to read the whole fucking thing. So that might happen. And then I definitely want to actually be able to take some time to react on that video when I feel like I can focus more on it to give a better response having processed everything. So just general recapping what we've been discussing today is a lot. So we've been looking into the concept of did Google build an illegal ad monopoly because they were sued by the Department of Justice. And so from this, we've been able to look into um, also their search monopoly. And I think I'm gonna take out. Did Google build an illegal ad monopoly in my title? I'm gonna take out ad and just do illegal monopoly because there's two cases here or there's two elements here that I've seen them be accused of being a monopoly regarding. And the first is advertising, and the second is as a search engine. And so I need to better process not only like what the case we've been looking into applies to, as well as what are the differences in these cases and all of that. So I do need to process that. I will update and clear that up when I do process that in a live stream. But yeah, so we mostly focused today, most focus was going over the court documents. We did not go over the initial complaint. I'm going to do that in a different one. But we did go over the pretrial brief from the plaintiff's opening statement, a memorandum on opinion on the summary judgment. We went over the finding of fact, conclusion of law, the post-trial brief, and all of this is redacted, by the way. And then we went into the closing decks, which were the slideshows, which present the information. We don't have the extra context of obviously the speeches that went with those slideshows, so we were missing a lot there, but we're able to get a good bit of what they were presenting their case to be from that information. So we looked into their conclusions of law, the post-trial brief, the pro-competitive benefits and balancing, the anti-competitive effects, the market definition and market power, search advertising sanctions, the summary of all of this. So yeah, and then we went into some of the articles about it. So one was from the Department of Justice itself. So that one was about how Justice Department sues Google for monopolizing digital advertising technologies. Um, we looked at how Google maintained illegal search engine monopoly that a judge ruled. We looked at a little YouTube video about that. We looked at how Google lost the massive antitrust case over its search dominance. We checked out an article there. And we are going to cover the rest of the material. Oh, one more thing we looked at was the Bloomberg Law thing. The Department of Justice mulls over the Google breakup push after the landmark antitrust win. So yeah, and we're going to marinate on all of this, and we're going to cover the rest of what I had prepped in one or more streams coming up eventually soon. So yeah, and that's what we've talked about today. So to sum that up, to recap, basically Google did some shit that makes it harder for other people to compete with them as search engines because of the way that their algorithms work, because of how they were able to build themselves and the contracts that they developed. And the reason it's all relevant is by walking through the way that Google relies on income generation, they were then able to prove how from the contracts, with the exclusions and the way that Google is set as the default ends to all of these options, how they were able to use that combination in order to prevent others from having success at either getting found in and of itself or having their search engine even be able to be used by others because there was an exclusionary default contract. You know what I'm saying? So all of that combined, that's basically like that a rough, poor, bad summary in a nutshell of what I've processed so far. I really need to process more. So the whole point of this live stream was for me to process. And as you know, I've got some delayed processing, so I need to marinate on this a bit more. But yeah, that's what we did today. We've been reading some shit. We've been going over some shit. We're going to cover more of this shit coming up. So coming up, I'm going to cover the rest of the material that I've prepped on this situation. I'm going to look into the differences on the cases as well between the search monopoly and the ad monopoly, that is Google. And I will also be eventually covering the antitrust litigation as it relates to Ticketmaster and as it relates to Live Nation. I want to cover that as well. So all of that came out of this live stream, what I hope to cover in the future. So stay tuned for all of that. And before we go, just a quick little reminder, if you're near Pasadena, Texas, and you're looking for a tattoo, check out Ink by Cass. And thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate you. I hope to see you guys soon. And yeah, stay tuned. More shit's coming up. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know when it's coming, but it'll come when it gets here. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeathchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.